Hello and welcome to Swimmer Sync, I believe, or no, 7, my bad. I am Soren, and I'm here joined by Kiri. Is that how you pronounce it, right?
Yep, Carrie.
Alright. And, for our first round of the tourney, we have, Wiggler Ahoy versus LOL JK. Both teams well versed with a bunch of players. I believe both teams are actually pickups for this tourney. Do you have any info on these teams, by chance?
I recognize some of the players, like Lux and Keen. They're definitely up there with skill.
Yeah, definitely. I also see Laura from Alter Ego, and I believe Send is from Ascension. And then on the other side of Wiggler Ahoy, we have some members from Crustacean Crusaders. Those are 3 members. It's Ali, Roundy, and Shar. And 17 Rats, I believe her name is Nee. Bunch of funny names, truthfully. Yeah, here we go. Round to the first round. It's Sturge, Rainmaker on Manta.
Double Umbrella. That's interesting.
Yeah, double Sorella. It's gonna be a bunch of splat rushes we're gonna see on their side, along with Carbon Deco and Heavy Remix. And then on the side of Wiggler Ahoy, we have double Doolies. Ooh, that's gonna be the first down on the side of LOLJK. Right now looks kind of pushed back into their street here as Wiggler Ahoy pops armor and trying to put some aggro on them, but failing. And it looks like LOLJK is able to establish a wipe actually, and they're only going to get a huge push off of this.
Yep, once you get that wipe on this map, you just push forward and you can easily get a huge lead from that, which they did.
Yeah, push to 3 is going to be a tough one to come back. Actually, no, they actually get the repop. Wow, that was a really quick first game.
Yep.
It seems like the double umbrella was able to wall out the dualies and just they couldn't really get moving off of that because of how umbrella is able to stall for long times in fights.
Same with the brush, I would say, because that shield is just threatening.
Yeah, definitely. And now we are moving on to the second round, which is going to be TC on Inkblot. As for this map, it's a I think a really beloved map by most players in the community. Anything you think Wiggler Ahoy can do to try to combat this possible double umbrella again?
I would say maybe like run an ability such as Object Shredder just to keep popping those shields and being able to rush them in.
Definitely. I guess maybe more bombs could also help them out.
Yeah, especially since they're running the double bomb rush, they're probably going to need something to combat that for ink control and aggression.
Yeah. And here we go. We see basically the same comp from both teams except a umbrella switch, I guess you could say. We'll see how they play out. We see 3 on the right side of LOLJK playing out here, trying to establish a lot of pressure onto Wiggler Ahoy's side. And they kind of succeed with that with 2 down.
Yep. On their plat already.
Ooh, nice pick from Roundy to get that one of the umbrellas off their plat. see Laura jumping in here, trying to help out this 1v1 here, actually messing up the kill and is getting pressured here by 3. Does manage to get one.
Yep.
Yeah. Wiggler Hoy's gotta take some paint and try to make an opportunity out of this.
They need to do what LLJK did and get on their plat as soon as possible. Just to make that push.
A pretty well placed Booyah Bomb, able to get one, and I think this might disrupt their push a bit. And that's gonna be 3 down on the side of Wiggler Hoy. Right now pushing into their attic actually is the 2 Brawlers, and this is gonna, they have to be able to take these guys out or else they're gonna be stuck here for a while, and they managed to get both, but the tower's still moving in. You see here Knee on the brush, trying to paint up as much of mid as possible due to LOLJK getting delayed wipe. And yeah, they just gotta be able to really work with this comp to get as much aggression in as possible. That was a really good baller kill.
Yeah. Definitely a good way for them to start pushing up onto their flat and take control of their attic.
Yeah. You see 1 down on both teams. They just gotta be able to keep these Brawlers from just holding in to get in there. And they managed to get the lead in the checkpoint as well. Right now we see it.
Yep. And he's taken down. That's a wipe.
Wow, that was a... they're still pushing, getting to the last checkpoint actually. And we see here, I guess they're trying to fight for the checkpoint right now, but actually that's going to be a delayed wipe, but a really good push from Wiggler Hoy.
There's still 2 minutes left on the clock though. LOJK can still bring this back if they would like to.
Yeah, definitely. They're strong players, and I see them being able to push through this. Right now the tower in neutral. We have Keen riding it, trying to get some distance with it. Nice flank from Char on the Dapples here, getting Keen, but actually losing the 1v1 against Send here. Ooh, actually can... Oh, that was a really good splashdown.
Yeah.
And right now, they're trying to get some control here. Does get one of the Brellas, now engaging with the heavy, but he actually dies from the carbon on the jump in.
Seems like it's just a big fight for mid right now, and there's still about 1 minute has passed, and they're starting to push up.
Yeah, they gotta really be careful with how they're trying to move in with this Carbon here. Carbon likes to play around ledges and seems to be working out for him really well.
Oh yeah, I think he's on his way to get a triple.
Yeah, really good triple, and that's gonna establish a lot of paint. Right now, Wiggler Hoy trying to find a way to breach in. They're probably gonna lose lead here, actually. Yeah. Right now, tower's still in control of LOLJK. Only Keen left on the tower. Ooh, that's gonna be the end of that push. But they got a steep hill to climb in order to come back from this.
Yep, they basically got a knockout at this point to get the lead back.
Yeah, we see Sen here on the left side by himself, trying to, I guess, cause a distraction, but gets taken out by a bomb. And we see here Hoop, they're already setting up onto their plat really early, trying to get the heavy out of the way. Does go down to Laura with the Brella, but we still have 17 rats here on the plat, but actually getting taken down. Ooh, that was a really good fall off from the Carbon Roller, and I think that's gonna be game. Yep.
Yeah.
Wiggler Hoy did a really good job at holding on for that push, but just couldn't keep the defense up.
Yeah.
And I believe it's best of 3, not play all 3, so I think that's gonna be the end of round 1.
Both teams did really well with their pushes.
Yeah, definitely. Oh, and that'll be the end for round one. We will return shortly with round two in a bit, so stick around.
Hi, we are back with round 2 of Sink or Swim 7 with we have this set of best of 3 with Narwal Gaming and Massacre. What do you know about these teams, Soren?
Well, Massacre is more or less a kind of a new team. I mean, I've seen them play with each other a lot, but they fully settled in just recently with their latest addition, Mr. Z, as their backliner.
Interesting.
And on the side of Narwal, they've been a really established team in South America for a while.
Wow, that's amazing. South American team, that's cool.
Yeah, and we're gonna see these two teams duke it out on Clan Blitz Humpback. Very close quarters map, so we'll see how they play it out.
Yeah, with my Dapples experience, I definitely know this type of map is so close quarters and just getting in up in their shit, you know? Oops.
Yeah. No, I understand. That's the best part. I definitely have seen Massacre's LU before. This is pretty routine to their stuff. A machine, Zap, 52, and a sniper. And on the side of Narwal, they got the Junior Pro, Nautilus, and Machine.
The Machine's an interesting choice, but it totally makes sense on this map with all the ledges.
Yeah, definitely. And we see here 2 down, I think, off the rip. Or 3 actually on the side of Massacre. And Narwal's not going to waste any time here and try to make a power and try to get as many points as they can off of this. Right now, Axel here. They're trying to paint up the map. Does pop that splashdown and actually not getting much off that push, surprisingly.
It's a push nonetheless.
Yeah, definitely. We'll see what Massacre can do with this power that they've been given. And 2 specials online right now for them. We do see Flabbert to go down. Yeah. That was an unlucky splashdown cancel. Dying while going down.
Still another push by the opposing team, and they're gonna bleed out bomb in response back to that.
Yeah, definitely. Narwal kind of taking it slow with these pushes that they've been making. Only 1 power clam on both pushes. They really gotta get some more out of it.
Yeah, and I think that's a team coordination thing where, you know, you gotta collect all the clams and just know what the right time is to push with your teammates.
Yeah, definitely. We do see a Stingray here from Massacre on the side of Mr. Z, causing one of the members of Narwal to jump out, and Darley's kind of getting pushed back on the right side here. It seems these two teams have been fairly even besides, you know, the 2 pushes that kind of led to Narwal being in the lead right now, but both teams have a good sense of pain control here.
Yeah, definitely.
As we see here, another ray coming out from Mr. Z, trying to scan out the opponents of Narwal. Darley actually popping Inkling here, but gets taken out. Wow.
And that was his Massacre's push. Nice, that was a great kill.
Yeah, definitely. That's going to be a wipe, actually, a delayed wipe on the side of Narwal, and this is Massacre's time to get some points in, as they already have taken the lead.
Yeah, it seems like a really great push they got going here. Already down to 30 compared to 70.
Yeah, although I guess the push ends here as Cat actually goes down to Liam here, and Mr. Z jumped out previously. Although I think one of them, another jump out actually. Okay, good jumps from the side of Massacre. They knew that they need to keep their special points alive.
Just holding on to the freebie for now, the sniper's doing, and they're just gonna try to get mid back. They're being pushed back though, as I can see them in their flat right now, but they're using their specials to attempt to get back in.
They used 2 specials just on that Stingray user alone. That's gotta be brutal. And surprisingly enough, even with all that special coordination, Narwal's actually on the losing side out of that exchange. They went 3 down, and they had to juggle a power climb just to make sure they have the point differential. Massacre suddenly has just been winning more fights now over Narwal, so Narwal's just gotta coordinate some teamwork here if they want to break in. And they actually do get the score here. Ooh, wow, that was a really clutch power slam placement in. And actually almost knocking out.
Yeah, that was a really great push, just counter push to get back down to those low points, because now Massacre is going to really have to knock it out to get back the lead.
Yeah, definitely. They have like a 60-point margin here to work with.
Yep, and they have 40 seconds left on the clock, so they're going to have to make some time to quickly get the push back.
Yeah, we see Mr. Z popping his signature ray pretty early, trying to scout out members of Narwal. As we see 3 of them on the left side. Liam goes down, leaving Darley and Chomper still on the left. Right's kind of free here if they can try to get some more paint on the floor. See Grim having to pop that splashdown pretty early just to keep him painted here in a 1v1, and actually goes down.
Oh, they're wiped. Massacre's white and Narwal pushes back up, and that's basically game for them.
Yeah, definitely. I think even Narwal's gonna rub salt in the wound and managing to get a knockout before the timer ran out.
Yeah, that was a really close game, very back and forth and even.
Yeah, I felt like Narwal had a pretty solid beginning, but then Massacre was able to hold their own for that middle section of the match, but Narwal still able to come out on top anyway. And now we are moving into round 2. I think the next map should be Tower on Ancho. Oh, actually, no, that's losers. I was looking at losers. I was looking at the losers rounds. My bad. Rainmaker Sturgeon. My honest thoughts on this map, it's not one of my favorites. That like spinner on the left side, which is like the best push, I guess you could say, is just very unlucky if it's up when you're trying to push.
Yeah, it's a really interesting map. I recall playing this often, and like you just really gotta find where that opening is and push where everyone else is not. Like you just gotta choose a side and just hold forward.
Yeah. There's like that new jump tech from like on that side of the wall that you can like jump from. That I've been seeing on some streams of tourneys. So I wonder if anyone will do that.
Yeah. That'll be interesting to see if they do.
I definitely see Massacre's lineup of weapons still probably being the same, though I know Narwal is very... They have a bunch of flex players, so I can definitely see them switching up to like a C-Jet from Darley, and maybe we'll see the T-Tech from, I believe, Axel. As we are just waiting on one more. Oh, here we go. Yeah, we see here Massacre's lineup still the same, and we're gonna see the C-Jet as well. And actually we're gonna see the Knot from Liam.
Interesting choice. Both teams still sticking to that machine.
Yeah, the machine's a really good weapon overall on a bunch of these maps and modes in the tournament. See here, Cat, kinda in a 1v3 actually, gets pushed out immediately, and it's gonna be 2 down.
3 down now. Oh, that's a wipe.
Yeah, and here we see the strength of wiping on Rainmaker, just how many points you can get here. There's gonna be at least 30. Even 20. Right now, Cat just trying to clear out some paint for her teammates and managing. Massacre able to get 3 down, but this is gonna be quite the deficit they gotta play off of just from the beginning of the game.
Yeah, now if Narwal plays their defense well, they can easily shut down the pushes on either side. They just gotta really position themselves well enough to defend and take down their pushes.
Yeah, and as we see here, we see the main weapon, the Stingray, and the special is C-Jet, because just of how much you get Stingray from that weapon. That's just gonna be the main obstacle here if Massacre wants to win this game. And actually, they're just kind of lazily just getting more points. Massacre just kind of taking too long to get the kill here.
Yeah, just trying to get it up as much as they can into their stuff, you know? Just for the extra points.
And right now, Massacre, if you're Massacre, you just gotta start clearing out people. Nice shot from Mr. Z on Darley there.
Yep,
That's gonna buy them some time. Ooh, actually, we see Liam behind Massacre right now. I wonder what they're trying to do here. Actually pincering one of Massacre there. And causing a few of Massacre to either retreat or respawn from here.
They're really sitting comfortably on their lead right now, but they're still pushing up and getting up into their plat, you know?
Yeah, they're definitely just trying to waste as much time on the side of Massacre, who frankly just doesn't have enough time and resources to really be defending.
Ooh, nice snipe on the Rainmaker right there.
Yeah. They just, I don't know, Massacre's just kind of struggled to play through mid, and they've just been on their side this whole game. And I think they're gonna opt to reset the Rainmaker here. So let's hope they can try to play for pop, maybe. We see a Booyah from Flabber here trying to clear out some members of Narwal. Ooh, that splash down does get one, but gets immediately taken out, and again 3 down on the side of Massacre. Actually a delayed wipe.
Yep.
Man, it's just Narwal's kind of winning these fights like 4-1. Right now we just have Axel here, just kind of just vibing here on the on the grading, buying some time, managing to trade with the other machine user. And I think finally we see some mid presence from Massacre.
Yeah, they definitely gotta do something soon with 1 minute on the clock.
Yeah. They just gotta find an opportunity to push when that Ray isn't available for Darley.
Which they do have available now, so it's a matter of time when they start their push, you know?
Yeah, that was a really funky Booyah bomb from Flabber here. That was like a really hard lob shot. I kinda liked it, but I don't think it was able to do much. But actually, now I say that, they're starting to push, but there's the GG Ray already. Well, they finally got some points on the board, but with 30 seconds left and you're 3 down already, that's not a very good sign from the start.
Yeah, now they just gotta keep the Rainmaker in that spot, and they can't really do much about it, unless they really just hold forward.
Yeah, right now, Massacre's just gotta hope for, like, picks here. We see 1 down on both teams. Do they know that Chomper's here? I don't think they do. I think... Oh, actually, he opts to jump out here.
Might have been.
Can they grab Brain? No. Oh, that was a really close first game that they had in the set, but then the second game, Narwal just took it from there.
Yeah, definitely dominated, but if they really had those extra 5 seconds to grab the Rainmaker at the end, they could have made it something different.
Yeah, as you see on the KA screens here, just how Chomper and Axel were just able to run through with it, with 15 KA. Really good set between those teams though.
Yeah. Alright, so that's the end of round 2. We'll be back with round 3 after a short break. Feel free to stick by, thank you.
Hello and welcome to Swimmer Sync 7. We are now on round 3 and we have some pretty good teams here now. In the form of Sonder versus Taco and Legend Suck. I need like a service for like pickup names because these are kind of wacky. But still, I know most of these players. Sonder being a really good team, winners of last season's Udi DivX. And
Wow.
on the side of Taco and Legend, our friends, a bunch of really good players. I think most of these guys are in +2, actually.
Yeah, I played a fusion for Girls Duro Cup.
Mm.
They're great. They're a great player. Definitely recognize them.
Yeah. And our first map mode is going to be Zones on Skipper.
Oh, this is interesting map.
Yeah, what are your thoughts about this map?
I'm not a huge fan personally because it has very few entrances, or rather maybe too many entrances. It's just hard to know where you should come from.
Mm.
Like, should I come from the top, or should I come from the bottom, or in the middle, you know? Where should you jump in on the zone?
Yeah. Well, I think these guys will have a good idea of it, so let's see how they do it. Ooh, we see a blobber on the side of the fusion here. I like that pick.
Yeah, definitely a lot of turf control with the blob.
Yeah, and also the Squiffer with armor, which is a pretty good pick here. 170 special, gets armor really fast. And actually we see a nice pincer from Sonder, able to clear out 2. Wow, I actually have no idea you can rain from that spot. That's crazy. That was a really good cloud.
Yeah, I'm just shocked to see an E-leader in the second game, because I know how a strong E-leader was in the first game, but seeing it again here in the second game, especially played pretty aggressively, is just really interesting.
Yeah, Josh really knows how to use that sniper class. Although we do see Sonder having 2 down. Ooh, nice snipe from Josh, but unfortunately gets picked out as well. And right now, Sonder's just gotta build a couple specials here, maybe get a pick or 2, and they can probably bring this back in. We do see 1 going down already. We also see a Booyah Bomb and a Cloud. And right now, Synapse here on the K52, one of the really good K52 players. Trying to establish control, but does get taken down. But also a bunch of picks just kind of happening in mid right now. Oh my god.
Yeah. Now Taco and Legend Sucks has control. Just easily stepped back after that push with 2 specials.
Yeah. And right now I think we might see a lead swap here on the favor of Taco and Legend. But we see here Sonder with 3 specials. Let's see what they can do with this. They popped 2 already. There's the 3rd. We see Ink Booyah, and that just gives them the zone instantly.
Yeah, zones is really about coordinating your specials and just knowing how to get in there and take control. So what they're doing, they're playing it right. I think they are.
Ooh. Wow, that suction bomb. I didn't think it was gonna pick him. And Fusion just kind of being a hassle with his blob, just a bunch of bubbles just going onto the side of Sonder here. Ooh, that was a really good snipe from Josh onto Taco there. And I think this might be Sonder's opportunity to try to push back in, but as soon as I say that, Synapse goes down pretty early. But still gets the cap anyway. Ooh, what a good inkjet direct from Kaden. And I believe it's going to be a delayed wipe.
Yep, and they're usually taking advantage of that and painting as much as they can, which is a good idea.
Yeah. And funnily enough, I thought Sonder was kind of struggling here, but you know, actually they probably had the point advantage here. But actually 2 of them going down to a bomb on the wall. That's gotta be unlucky when you accidentally get your teammate killed.
Very close game so far. 25 to 22.
Yeah, definitely.
It's really anyone's game right now. There's still a minute left on the clock.
We actually do see the lead swap here, but as soon as they get the cap, two of them from Sonder go down. Ooh, Batako going down, and Enlo going down as well. Man, this is just a game of who gets who.
Wow.
Legend going down, but Josh going into the water.
Shoot off.
Oh my god, it's really just a battle of attrition from these two teams. They're each taking out each other out one by one. Right now the points are really low. Yagami getting sniped by Josh. Josh getting picked off by another from on the side of Taco. And there's so much happening.
Right, and if you just look at the timer, they really have just a couple seconds where they take the lead.
Yeah, so Neff's able to block off Fusion from pushing in. Trying to paint the zone, trying to keep them skewed in here. Ooh, another pick going. They've taken the lead. Booyah Bomb coming out trying to buy some more points. And with 10 seconds left, they gotta make a last-ditch effort here. And actually, Sonder able to hold out. That was a great game from both teams. Very back and forth.
Yeah, that was a really great set. I think that they both really coordinated their teams well.
Yeah. It just felt like a bloodbath in that last minute. Everyone was just taking out each other.
Yeah.
Even if the Ks are kind of low, it just felt like everything was happening so fast. And now we are moving on to game 2, which is going to be Climb Blitz on Mako Mart. I don't see this map in mode quite often. I usually see Mako associated with like zones. So I think seeing this map in mode really differentiates like the norm, to me at least.
Yeah, it's definitely an interesting Clan Blitz map. It's very open, and to push up, you either have to go around and make a flank, or you have to push in from their pit, which is an interesting point, you know. So.
Yeah. I definitely see Sonder probably sticking to their normal stuff. Synapse on the 52. Kaden probably switching from like L3 to like another shooter.
Synapse had really strong 52. I noticed just like the wall placement is really well on the zone, and they were able to cap the zone by just defense.
Yeah. I definitely like to see that Squiffer pick again from Yagami. I really liked it. Just how fast it builds armor and just how good Squiffer is. Realistically, I think it's a very underrated weapon.
Yeah, it's so flexible, and you can either play it like aggressive. Well, it is an aggressive sniper, so it's just really interesting to watch the gameplay. Just see what goes on through the mind of the Squiffer, I guess you can say.
Yeah. See here, Josh kind of taking a while to queue in. I wonder what they got in store if they're switching off E-Leader.
I'd say this is a pretty good map for an E-Leader though, because it can really stretch far and take advantage of their range.
Yeah. Although I feel like it might be a little bit of a struggle just because of how the nature of Clan Blitz is with so much moving.
Yeah, you're right.
We will see. We're gonna see a Firefin.
And a Bambi. A Bamboo, rather. We used to call it Bambi.
I like the name. We see a shot also from Kaden, so I was right about that. And Henlo's classic K-Machine here. Now, a funny pick to me is actually the Sploosh 7. I feel like that's always been just a Rainmaker weapon, but seeing it on Clan Blitz is kind of new to me.
Well, yeah, I feel like it's an interesting weapon in general, because Tenta missiles there's certain things about it that's underrated. I mean, the fact that you can see like all the players a few seconds after you use them is really a point where people overlook. Just being able to see their locations and call out to your teammates like, hey, like the gal is here, this person's there. It's really interesting.
Yeah. You see Fusion popping Bomb Rush a little early and actually getting taken up by Josh's Bomb Rush. And that's going to be 3 down on the side of Taco and Legend. See Synapse here holding the Booyah, trying to see if they can pick anyone. Not really getting much of it, but they have clams here if they can try to get them. Yeah, we're gonna get past the 50-point margin.
They're just 2 down on Taco and Legend, so there's still push is going still strong.
I'm loving this coordination from Sonder. They just pass each other clams. As you saw there, Synapse was receiving clams from one of Sonder there. Ooh, running right into that suction bomb. Not very good.
Push is still going as they're jumping in, and wow, that was a really great kill.
Yeah. Ooh. If Emma was able to get up there, I think that would have been game. But a little bit delayed defense, but good enough to make sure they don't get knocked out from Taco and Legend side. Right now we see here Legend trying to push in with this Sploosh 7. Pops the stamp, gets 1. Oh, but he immediately gets sniped out. And we're gonna see your trade between Synapse and Fusion here. Feels like Sonder's like always within reach of each other and they're just playing off each other so well.
Yeah, it's really important in a team-based game.
Right now, feels like Taco and Legend seems to have the paint control, but they just gotta get a bit more out of it, you know, get the picks, get some clams going here.
They're slowly pushing up, but surely.
Yeah, it feels like they're often trading here. We see 1 for 1 every time. Taco right now just kind of playing out here on this right side. They definitely know the bamboo's there. Or not the bamboo, the firefinch. Ooh, nice pick. Can they get 2?
Ooh.
Nice. Trying to build off the triple. Okay, gets the assist, and that's only 1 left. I think they can try to score off this. They do get the power, but they just gotta get some more. You have a lot of points to go.
Yeah, definitely. I think that was a premature push. No one was really pushed off the Taco at the moment, so they weren't really able to get much off of that push. Oh, it's actually still going on, but it's about to end.
Yeah, they only managed to get 3 more clams after that power. Ooh, nice shots from Caden here. And Sonder just kind of playing defense right now. They haven't really been aggressing too much.
They do make a power clan though, and they're possibly going to push up with it.
Yeah, we see here Caden versus Taco again. This time not resulting in anyone getting picked. Missiles coming out. And with 40 seconds left, it feels like this game's just kind of been neutral this whole time.
Yeah, that one huge push in the beginning kind of set the game.
Yeah, ooh, nice damn pick. But wow, I'm surprised that shot landed. And now Josh kind of playing behind Taco and Legend, and Taco's just kind of trying to score up here. Does get pushed out, and I think that push might have been too early because now I don't think they'll get an overtime. But 3 down and no power clan. I think as soon as that closes, it's over. Yeah. It was starting to be a good push there at the end, but they just needed to make that push like 5 minutes earlier.
Yeah, it seemed like their pushes were good, but like it was just way too early before everyone was pushed up and with the team. So they weren't really able to capitalize on their push or continue it.
Yeah. It just felt like they were just pressed for time the whole set.
Mhm.
And that'll conclude round 3. This has been SOS 7. We still got a few more rounds to go with me and Carrie, so stick around. Welcome back, and now we are on round 4 of SOS 7. And we got a pretty good match here. We got Sonder from the last set coming from there to a victory. And we got here Starburst with Ice, Brandon, Jared, and 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. I already like that name a lot. Starburst is constantly a contender for the winners of these tournaments, so they're definitely gonna be doing good here. But I think Sonder's got some fire here to try to challenge these guys.
The momentum from last match, if they can continue that here, it definitely can be an interesting set.
Yeah. And it's gonna be a breath of fresh air because we haven't seen these guys playing Rainmaker yet on the side of Sonder. We did see Rainmaker Sturgeon in the previous set with Narwal versus Massacre, so we'll see how these two teams play it differently. If we'll get that good old 20 push at the beginning from a wipe. I'm also curious to see what Josh is gonna play because this is a pretty good C-Jet map. Don't know if they play that weapon or are they just really a sniper person, but we'll see. And here we go. We see on the side of Sonder, yep, that C-Jet. And 2 zaps! Wow. The double armor meta is still kind of alive here in the current patch of Splatoon.
Yeah, it's an interesting pick. Just a very old meta type of thing.
Yeah, we see here the first armor going off along with the Stingray. And looks like Sonder really wants to get as much mid control as they possibly can at the beginning here.
And they seem to be pretty successful in it so far.
Yeah, we do see the junior going down and the CJ opting to jump out to try to burn this ray immediately. Here Brandon on the regular Splash-O-Matic with Toxic Mist and Jet. In a 1v1 against Caden but loses. Caden going down to this bomb. I definitely see Sonder's game plan here. Just try to put as much pressure as you can and try not to let them breathe. And we're gonna see here Starburst is pushed as all of Sonder either jump back or is on the respawn. But we see the kryptonite of this map, the drawbridge going up.
Not gonna stop them from pushing though.
Yeah, these guys definitely can still make this push go. Only getting to the 40 point mark, but still getting the picks onto Sonder. Ooh, and they opt to go for the void jump. Very recent strat I've seen come into play often now. I definitely see Starburst wanted more off of that push, but they just had to go with what they got.
Still 3 minutes left.
Yeah.
Could take all the time they need.
We hear a nice pick with that zap from and Josh kind of diving in with the Rainmaker first. You kind of don't want to do that if you're the Rainmaker carrier. You hear the junior opting to pick up the Rainmaker, and we see another Stingray pop. That's going to be 2 off the rip from that Stingray, I think.
Yeah, Stingray really opened up the top left for their team.
Yeah.
Was able to get picks off of that.
Sonder's still having really good defense, managing to just not let them get any more points. Wow, that bomb was able to kill from that far. The sub power might be meaningful. Pretty good. And with 2 minutes on the clock, Sonder's just gotta find a way to break in again from how they were in the beginning. Very neutral game here we see here. Caden just kind of sharking on the spinner here. They opt to pop the first armor they have. but also Starburst popping their armor. And they have to try to do this push while they have the Sea-Jet Ray. Yeah, this isn't gonna end well.
Ooh, that Stinger taking down 3, actually.
Yeah, that was just probably not the best call Sonder could have done. But also I think it's a case of they just need to start making pushes happen now. You hear Jared on the K-shot pushing into their court, trying to get some picks here. Ooh, the armor's gonna actually just kind of mess with them though and not be able to get anything off of it. We see here, ooh, trying to punish the jump, but Ice still saying, I'm here still, you gotta fight with me.
Now pushing up right into their plat.
Yeah, I think they might be able to get more points. No, Jared actually missing the jump there. Yeah, Sonder's just kind of in this, kind of in the opposite situation they were in last game, where they're the ones getting stalled out now. Right now, Caden just kind of holding on to the Rainmaker here as most of Sonder actually going down from there. We're gonna see another Stingray, and with 15 seconds left, I think it might be Curtains if they just kind of hold into their spawn. They're trying to get the pop on Rain, but they just kind of paint it, and yeah, that's gonna be game 1.
Yeah, that was a pretty strong game on both sides.
Just seemed like Sonder had a really good start with that mid control and paint, but they weren't able to do that after they just got pushed in multiple times.
Wow, and you see the backline top fragging, which is really interesting.
That Ray plus Burst Bomb combos just
Deadly.
And now I believe we're gonna see the next map mode. TC on Manta. I definitely see the Sea-Jet coming out again from both teams maybe. But also Sniper's also really good on this map as well.
Yeah. It's either or, really.
I guess I don't see either team really messing with their LU here. It's just how consistent they are with their weapons. Oh, actually, one thing I did fail to mention is that this is a best of 5. So, even if Sonder does lose this game here, they still got one more and a possible reverse sweep. So, definitely expect good things from both these teams.
This round is going to be a best of.
And here we go. We're going to be starting tower control on Manta Maria. Ooh, we're gonna see the Squiffer coming up from Josh. And the heavy remix from Ice.
Starburst definitely having a really aggressive lineup, I mean.
Yeah, double shot's gonna be very aggressive. We're gonna see the missile. Wow, what a great shot. But even so, Starburst still just pushing on ahead. We see your ice actually pushing up far. You would think the backliner would usually be relegated to tower duty, but now with ice here, you're gonna see a Booyah pop here.
I think ice is in the perfect spot actually, just being able to paint and take control of the entire flat.
Yeah, all of Sonder just has to play right now because if they go left, they're just gonna run into ice. See your missile pop again, and we're seeing the snowbally nature of this map mode combination. Just how fast things can move. See Booyah Bomb to cover tower, and I think this might be game.
Yep.
Wow. That was just a blow out of the water from Starburst.
Very dominating.
Yeah. It kind of reminds me of the TASL set from this week that happened earlier. It was just how Tower Monta just kind of leads into such a deficit for one team.
Yeah.
So we got one more mapping mode left to go. Let's see if what Sonder can do with this. As we see, Splat Zone's on Black Belly, a personal favorite of mine. I just love the close quarters nature.
Yeah, let's say it's gonna be really interesting. I wonder if Starburst is gonna continue on with a really aggressive lineup and just try and dominate again.
Yeah. Any weapon picks you see them going here? Like Tri-Slosher, which is very favored by the North American community.
Oh yeah, I definitely seen Tri-Slosher on this map mode. That would be a good pick, I think.
I see here all of Starburst is already queued in and ready, so I think Sonder's really thinking about what their picks could be for here. Let's get this game 3 rolling. We're on match point for Starburst here. They just gotta take this one last game and they'll be on their way to higher in the bracket while sending Sonder into loser's bracket. We do see the Tri-Slosher from Brandon here. So at least I got one pick good.
Yeah, I find the sniper interesting though on Ice's decision. Which is such a small map.
I feel like though, once you get a sniper onto that top mid plat, you're just kind of home free from there. Yeah, I also like this squeezer pick. I definitely see a bunch of bubbles probably happening here.
Yeah.
Here, Brandon able to get that nice slosh off the top mid, and that's gonna be already 3 down on the side of Sonder. Brandon kind of struggling to get up here. And let's see how good their lockout is here. Right now, only having the armor special up.
Ooh, nice trade.
Yeah. And we see Inka from Kaden here does get none actually. He does get taken down, and the other members of Sonder also going down. And I think this is Starburst's time to just kind of set up into their spawn. Ooh, but Brandon kind of overextended a bit there. We're now Synapse here on the Splash-O-Matic with Bomb Rush here. I haven't really seen that pick from them too much in like their streams and stuff, so this is kind of a... I guess 52 doesn't really work here too well, but popping that Bomb Rush pretty early, trying to get some control, and I think they can get the zones off this.
Yeah. Use Stretch is actually my choice for this map, so I think really well having the bombs and just being able to cap zone really quickly.
And right now Sonder, for the first time in this game, have a good amount of mid control here. But we do see Josh going down pretty early. Some specials coming out from Starburst. Right now Brandon just trying to play into Sonder here. Does get one. Another pick. Can Brandon get more? There's like the last two lined up for him.
Oh.
Unlucky. Gets picked up.
I would need a splash, yeah. Splash, sorry.
Feels like it's a very war of attrition here between these two teams, like we saw with Sonder versus Taco and Legend. It just feels like everyone's just trying to pick each other. Now Sonder in control, and I think they could probably get lead off of this if they're able to just hold it down.
Yeah. Just gotta get those picks and take down the sniper, because as they're bomb rushing right now.
Yeah, playing behind that wall is just a guaranteed safe bomb rush. But actually not doing much for them. And here we see the squeezer. Ooh, wow, that was amazing fall off. I think that kill might lead into so much more, and wow, that was just crazy how they really got the push out just by getting a bunch of picks. And right now, Starburst is trying to play with their paint here and try to seal out this game with only a minute left. It's just kind of playing back here in mid, trying to find people to pick off, and as soon as I say that, they get one.
Yep.
C2 down on Starburst. They're still getting points on the board, more or less. Right now, a bunch of Sonder just trying to find places to get some paint on the floor. Hemlo kind of dropping in on the one of Starburst's people, and I'm gonna be surprised if they get out of this alive.
Yeah. Exactly.
Actually, yeah, Starburst opting to back out a bit. Ooh, that was not a good splashdown to try to pop there. Caden trying to play aggressive, but doesn't get much off of it. Ooh, that 1v1 was pretty... I think that 1v1 might have been really crucial, as most of Starburst has control here, and that's going to be a wipe on the side of Sonder. And wow, with only 1 point lead from Starburst, they're able to clutch out that game 3.
Yeah, that was super close.
And I believe we'll see Starburst up here in the winner side bracket really far.
Yeah.
But yeah. But I believe that's all the time we have for you and me, Carrie.
Oh no, we have one more left.
We do?
Yes, we do.
Well, oops. Oh.
Oh, it is? Okay.
Okay. So, this is our last year. So that'll be all from us, I believe, if I'm correct. Thank you for being here with me, Carrie.
Of course, thank you.
And a couple things before we go. We will be getting joined by Popgun, and I think how you pronounce it, Stu is how you pronounce his name. He's a wonderful commentator. I've heard him a lot before on these streams. Very high energy, very high octane. And one reminder, was we have testing grounds this week. It's a bi-weekly tournament that's usually hosted on Friday, and it just so happens that this Friday we're gonna have one. So it'd be great if people could come out and play in these tourneys. These IPL tourneys are really great. I'm glad they host these so much. But yeah, that'll be all from us for now. Carrie, you have any final words you want to say?
Nope.
Alrighty.
Right.
Thank you for having us, and please stay tuned for this wonderful finale of rounds we have left.
And a pleasant good evening to all of you, coming to you live from the depths of the Inkling Performance Laboratory. This is the 7th edition of Swim or Sink, presented to you here on twitch.tv/IPL Splatoon. I'm Stu the Announcer, Mazer Stu the Announcer, I gotta throw in the sponsor, joined here by none other than the mad scientist himself, Astro. How you doing, buddy?
Hello. I'll be here just for this grand final set, but it's a pleasure to join everybody here today while I am here. So.
Yeah, and I mean, you talk about this sort of stacked sets to just kind of jump right on into. This is a faster bracket than usual, and when you look at the level of competition that's here before us in this winter final, it definitely does not surprise us, let's just say.
Yeah, no, definitely not. FT win and some subs because we tight like that versus Starburst. So essentially, these are players that we have seen face off in this very situation many a time now, actually. So this is very likely going to be quite a close set. As we see, a Bamboo actually coming out from Ice this time.
Doesn't surprise us necessarily. It's just such a versatile backliner that's good at pretty much everything, but we'll just have to see how much that Bamboo shoots as we are getting set with winners final here on the main stage. Only one of these two teams can come out shining on the stage, as real quick midfield is trying to be established here as 1 2 3 4 5 on the screen. I mean, that's not, but you know, we get it. Either way, it's going to be Bagel that's coming down, and 3-3 on the map as the bubbles are being deployed, but also just it's funny how much your destiny is controlled by how quickly you can take mid. It doesn't really matter what mode on main stage. It really just comes down to who can get to the middle of the map the fastest and just establish that front line as being just a little bit closer to your opponent's spawn.
Yeah, absolutely. You know, FT Win kind of lost the fight from mid for quite a while, but they didn't really have a safe, secure enough hold on. That's a nice kick right there by Jared. Make that 2. That is a 2v2 situation here. Still in mid, and we're well over a minute into this match. Finally, a bit. Oh, that's a very delayed wipe, actually. So just like that, FT Win pickup is going to start putting some points on the board and very likely actually start to push through. Yes, they do, all the way through the first checkpoint. So this is finally about almost 3 minutes into the game. Finally the push that we were really waiting for happening.
Rolling through here, Bagel trying to establish themselves on this mini Splatling that, well, frankly, they've done establish themselves already on this thing in Swimmer Sinks past multiple times. And of course, Biscuit and Bagel, this absolutely carb-loaded middle ground with the mini Splatlings and the Nautilus as well. We've seen them go double knot, and they've shown to have quite a bit of decent synergy between them. But I do kind of like the mini Splatling with a little bit of run speed on it. It works out to be a pretty decent little mid-lining Inkling weapon that also obviously has a little bit of kill power to it.
Well, you know, it doesn't have a lot of shredding power. It doesn't have a lot of killing power either. And its mobility, it can run pretty fast, but it's not all that much better an option than many other similar weapons. But what it really does have going for it is just the sheer amount of paint that it lays down and the sheer amount of missiles that it also just keeps churning out. And if your team is playing fast enough, you can actually really put on enough pressure to utilize those missiles. Otherwise, it's just kind of a useless special. That being said, he does do incredibly well in a team setting with that mini Splatling, as you see him getting a very important pick right there, but not before not before Starburst is able to push all the way up to 25, maybe even further, but that will be where the tower stops for the time being, and as it starts to move a little bit backwards, that very likely is going to be the end of that push, as neutral is starting to fall a little bit backwards towards mid once again.
75-53 on the map as Biscuit will try to retake the tower and try to drive it back into mid. perhaps trying to combat these bubbles as Team in Orange is trying to hold the line. But it should be noted just how good Biscuit really can be on that Nautilus, to where Bagel is being made to use the splat lane. Again, so good with that team setting, and really it is deceptively good how it is deceptively good with the ability to kill, just because Bagel is so good at tracking. It's that individual talent that makes the weapon look so good in the first place. But as Jared is trying to combat Biscuit up close and personal, it winds up getting the trade. The line is going to be held as the tower keeps getting pushed forward, as Bird is going to try to tack on more to that 53-point total. Will be made to vacate the tower for just a short period of time, as they have no answer thus far for that bamboo.
Yeah, absolutely. And pretty interestingly enough, you talk about how Bagel is actually playing the mini because of the Nautilus already on the roster, but I would actually have to disagree. I think they're made to pair well with each other as a very strong but very fast kind of midline core that in neutral situations can be incredibly strong and add a lot of reactiveness to what is otherwise a very, to playing against.
Hey.
A nice triple right there.
One splat ain't enough, Jack. You better make it 3. And Jared coming through with the top shelf stuff and securing the 75-53 victory. The triple right at the line. They had to get on the tower, so he knew exactly where he needed to be. That's going to be good for 10 splats. But of course, that rapid blaster. Oh my goodness, the range on that thing. Just it is absolutely lethal, and leading the side with leading the field, in fact, with 18 splats was Brandon.
Yeah, the Rapid is an incredibly good team weapon. Not quite as good on its own, but if you really have a team that knows how to make it work and you can really work it yourself, it's a very difficult weapon, but it pays off dividends against the right team. And in this case, it looked light with that midline core. They were expecting Starburst to be quite a bit more aggressive than they actually were, and it just did not work out in their favor because Starburst was ready and waiting. So we're gonna have to see what kind of counterplays that they're making with their comps, what kind of changes they're gonna put together, or if they're really gonna stick with their comfort zone and just kind of start making some play adjustments and go from there. Of course, Splat Zone Skipper Pavilion is going to be a completely different game to try to tackle, so you're going to have to really change your mindset. A complete 180, because now all of a sudden you have this massive map without all these nooks and crannies, and all of a sudden the objective is just like stuck on one far end of the map, all the way on the other side of spawn. And with all that space, you're really able to do quite a few different things, as we see the Stingray coming out and double Nautilus Jr. So there's a lot of spacing and a lot of forced movement from the other side. We're gonna have to see how that plays out in the long run, because the only real forced movement that you actually see on the side of the FT Win pickup is actually going to be that splatter shot with the missiles, and that's about it. As you see the ray already coming out, the missiles already coming out, so you have that kind of area denial, and all of a sudden now the upper hand is already on the side of the FT Win pickup.
And Bagel is being made to get chased down, going to finally get a chance to take out some aggression, as they're going to use that Inkjet to try to chase some people down into the zone, where they have Biscuit ready and waiting with an Inkjet of their own. Again, that double Nautilus 79 comp is coming through in spades. It's going to be aces up over the bottom of Skipper Pavilion. We're taking a look at Bagel now, finally back on this 79. We have seen the double Naut comp work quite well, but right now it's being forced out, and yeah, they are being made to get chased down. And it's you mentioned about forced movement. Doesn't seem like Starburst minds all that much at all, as they are going to be more than happy with what they've got with the Slosher and Jet Sculpture. Zero going to be kept at bay, kept from getting into the zone. And you talk about Tide coming out, and it looks like FT Win and some subs are going to be taken along with it 2-0 to Starburst in a blink of an eye.
Absolutely. Don't get me wrong, the set's not over yet, but Starburst just have had the huge upper hand as far as counterplay goes right now. As you saw, the comp that they were using, it was one that was going to be incredibly difficult for them to really push into zone cohesively, especially with how far they were going to have to go. But once they were already in control, it was going to be incredibly difficult to push them out. We've seen many comps like it in the past, many strategies that are relatively similar actually. Even majors in the past, even. In splat zones, it's definitely viable, but they just did not get that real strong push into the zone and really give themselves really comfortable control of mid. And unfortunately for them, it really did not pay off, and now they're kind of in this 0-2 hole. They're going to have to really fight their way back if they want to try to salvage this.
Yeah, but we have seen them fight back before. I mean, FT Win and some subs. I mean, they have championship pedigree. That is not to be mistaken by anyone. Question is just how willing is Starburst to kind of shut the door and keep it shut on them. As we are going to Clan Blitz, you're going to be relying a lot on individual talent. So it will be interesting to see how, especially when you have a backliner like Ice, who is so willing to get mobile. We saw them do quite well on the Jet Squelcher, in fact, helping to lead the field, tied with four splats on their side. They're going to stick with the Bamboozler that saw a lot of success in game number 1, and Double Knot is going to be the call here for FT Win and some subs as we go to game number 3. The squid in the back said everyone attack, and it turned into a Reef Clam Blitz.
The Double Knot actually might work a lot better for them on this map, because there's just so many nooks and crannies. You can take advantage of those bubbles. You can take advantage of those things that you can really... if they don't know you're there, the bubbles are going to be useless. If the bubbles are only really good in a really small space, and all you have to do in response to them is just back up and wait. And that's exactly what Nautilus is actually really, really good at. The way they can hold the charge under the ink is, you see right there, Ice going down, that backline going down to that inkjet. That's going to open things wide open right over the middle of the map. So we have this massive wide neutral that's suddenly been advanced, but don't get me wrong, Zero's right behind them, and here he comes. Can he make anything of it? He does. He gets one, and that is a 3-down situation, but not before they're able to push all the way to 60. Don't get me wrong, though. That is an incredibly small push.
Yeah, it's not the sort of thing that you're wanting to leave the door open, especially when you have... we like to talk about how dominant FT Win has been. Certainly FT Win in some pickups should be no exception to this. But this is some of the toughest competition that they've had in quite some time. This, what we've been calling this Sayonara pickup for throughout the entirety of the existence of Swim or Sink, whatever you want to call it, it's back pink, and they are looking to make this 3-0 happen, as it is down to 40 points to 20 on the board at the moment. Ice is going to get the trade with the Nautilus. 3-3 on the map, but this could open up something big here and try to maybe extend the lead.
Absolutely. You're absolutely right. This FT Win, it's kind of an FT Win style pickup. They call themselves an FT Win pickup, FT Win plus some subs, so I guess we'll go with that. But there are FT Win members, or at least former members on Starburst as well. You have Ice as their backline even. As just an example, I believe that's Kyo, that's 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, if I'm not mistaken. I could be very, very wrong here.
I believe Kyo is actually in chat. What's up, Kyo? We see you, B.
Okay.
That's why I'm not quite sure myself.
Yeah, I don't know who 1, 2, 3, 4, 5 is. If anybody knows, please please do say. But
one thing is for sure is that they've been counting on them to get some big splats, and they have come through in grand fashion. So there's something to be said about that. And yes, that was a pun. Thank you for asking. So Brandon is going to grab that power clam before it expires, leaving a dearth, just a deluge of clams, individual ones at that, just laying in the middle of the field. And 1, 2, 3, 4, 5 is going to be picking them up, and they're going to try to weave in and out as they're holding on to a power clam themselves at the moment. The only one with any clams on their side right now, so they're trying to get this delayed push. But just as I say that, 2 power clams in hand, they're going to try to make this happen as we get down towards the last minute of play.
Absolutely. It's everything is at this point happening so quickly that you'd be surprised by the score, but seeing the comps, it really does make just a little bit of sense. This isn't going to be the highest scoring game, but the bubbles are coming out right now. This is going to be a score. Will they get rid of this penalty? Yes, they do. Will they add on to it? They do. Now they're all the way up to 55 seconds left in the match. This gives them the big breakthrough that they really needed, but you know, they're finally wiped, but not before they go all the way down to 22. Now that is going to give the other team a pity clam, and that they can use as a second power clam to start really putting together a push like that of their own. But do they have the pushing power to really make something happen?
They have 30 clams. That might be 3 power clams, actually, as Zero's just kind of hanging back with 5 clams of their own. Bagel and Bert were hanging on to it. We're looking for that initial push in, trying to get something happen. As we're down to the final 20 seconds, Bert is going to charge in and get the barrier breakage. They're down to 30, and it seems like a big gap. But Bagel, however, gets the pick onto ice, and that's the backliner down. They're going to try to dump as many clams as they possibly can. Down to 60. They're dumping it in. Let it happen as Zero is looking to try to cut this deficit down, and they're tied, and they take the lead in overtime. Just a little bit of magic, and the key picks with that inkjet make things happen. In 81-78, they wind up bringing it back.
That's some awesome Splatoon right there. Actually, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, according to the chat, is actually Ant, which is absolutely no surprise considering how well he's playing. But that comeback, yeah, I really honestly didn't quite see it happening. You know, I saw Zero sitting there and I was thinking to myself, wow, this guy is just setting up. They're just waiting for him to really make a big play, just like Zero tends to do at some point in most matches. And, you know, they didn't have to rely on Zero. Those picks came through just because they finally put together that push and really found the hole. They got that huge inkjet pick. And at that point, it was all just hammering it forward and making sure that they could keep the push going as long as they could. And Starburst, they really had to try to play as much cleanup as they could, but it just didn't work out for them because at that point, you're kind of in panic mode. Everything's about to end. You know you're about to lose the lead. Who's, where, and why, you don't know. And just like that, in overtime, FT win pickup, hold on, and managed to make it a 1-2 set so far. This isn't over.
I mean, this is, yeah, you never want to bring up those 2 dreaded words too early, reverse sweep, but you can never quite put it out of the question, Astro, especially when you're talking about a game where, yes, it does come down to individual aptitude in order to advance the line forward and eventually make its way towards the basket, but when you're talking about a team coordinated effort that eventually converges onto a singular point, well, that might just be how it works out with the Rainmaker, as we're going over to the shipyard for this one.
Well, those Nautiluses, I mean, what they really did in that match is they did exactly that. They converged onto a single point, and that point was the opposing spawn. They had complete control. They maintained that area. It was where the other team was going to have to take on the team fight, and they forced that. And when you're fighting against 2 double Nautilus like that, it doesn't usually work in your favor, because they can play around you so effectively as long as they have some sort of turf around them. And just like that, once they had that push going, it was all over. But this match certainly is not. 2 down already. Make that 3!
Wow. Jared with the quick little turnaround, seeing the inkjet just pop out, trying to give him a little bit of a trick or treat there, and saying no thanks. You're not giving me the apples. I want the sweetness. I want the candy. And now Bert, as they're trying to establish midfield and do some work on that junior, sees the pick coming through there on the splatter shot, as well as they are going to pick up the Rainmaker and try to drive it forward, get some cheeky points on the board. Their side, they're going to do it without numbers, as that K shot is going to just be spawning back in. Basically 4-4 on the map until they jump in. However, Biscuit giving them an advantage. Nice little pick. And losing the Rainmaker, but not before giving themselves a decent little amount of progress.
A bit of progress, still not exactly much of anything on this map. It's very surprising to see them pushing around that side of the map, but I guess early on, you just kind of try it to see if it works, but they're going to have to really get around this ledge. This is kind of a choke point. As you see, it's very easily defendable, but they actually get the picks regardless, all the way up to 49, but not before he runs into a metaphorical brick wall, if you will, and just like that, it's an even match once again, but this time with a slight point advantage to one side.
I mean, it's amazing how much bricks have at least as much stopping power as tarps seem to in this game. But yeah, you can't really swim up those ramps. You are a sitting duck, and you are at the mercy of those on elevated platforms. Excuse me, as we saw there, just could not deal with the threats on higher ground just quickly enough, and now they remain 2 points short of the advantage as it sits 53 to 51 on the map. As again, seeing just a sea of yellow in mid, as they are going to try to retake the advantage and add on to their lead, and they will do so with numbers as the K-shot goes down.
Yeah, the K-shot does go down, but that is a 3v3 situation on the map. So as far as everyone is concerned, things are still relatively neutral. The mist coming out to really deny them their spinner, so they're going to have to push around, push in from both sides of the map, and that's actually what they want to do, but not before one side does go down. The Rainmaker doesn't, however, manage to get a second pick, but this team fight is still happening in mid, and this pick right here is finally where things are going to move a little bit farther forward, and just like that, Zero has enough room to start taking advantage of this ledge over here and kind of start making a hold. And now the Rainmaker, however, is still stuck. They have to get it out of the position that it's in. They might even have to waste a very long time waiting for it to reset, and they don't. They decide not to. And, ooh, the inkjet's coming out. This is actually what they need. They might be able to push it through around this right side.
Oh, they're looking for it. 1 minute is all that separates Back Pink from a spot in grand finals, on winner's side, as Bert is looking to hold on to this Rainmaker. They'll need some of that coordinated team effort that they got in game number 3 if they want to survive here. Jared with some slick swimming over there around the side, trying to cheat death and gravity at the same time, but doing quite well to avoid a pitfall there. It's certainly a pratfall, depending on how you value your comedy, as Jared is going to try to ink midfield, have some 10 missiles out, going to try to target Bagel, it looked like, but instead it looks like we'll be utilizing it elsewhere on the map, as the Rainmaker, sitting perilously by the ledge, they're going to try to span that and try to maintain the lead, challenging people to get there. Zero, it seems like will eventually, however, just as I say that, Ice with the pickoff from the back. Never turn your back on Ice. That is just bad news all around. And with that, it is going to be a 3-1 victory. As, that is Starburst doing some work. And, yeah, the yellow Starburst, you know what? It's sour for some, but victory, always sweet for them, as they will go on to Grands.
That Rainmaker defending at the end there, that was a perfectly executed team play with where they had the Rainmaker on the side of that square that you can't really get to. In order to get to it, you really have to walk through their backline. And if not their backline, I mean, they've got people really working out different sides, different areas of mid, and kind of rotating around based on where people are coming from, kind of trying to create holes or feign creating holes just so that their backline can eat them up, or if their backline doesn't eat up, the Rainmaker itself had enough room and enough space to defend it, and it was just, the game was over the moment that they had the Rainmaker right there. It was so well executed.
I mean, that's what you need. Sometimes it's not always going to be a crazy knockout victory. We were talking about just how important it could be to get that cheeky little individual push just to get things started up. And it's from that point on, especially when you get to that choke point on the lowest part of the map going up those ramps, that's when it starts to become a coordinated team effort. That's where it really helps to have a world-class slosher that's able to kind of dump that ink up and over, where you're kind of just hoping that the waves fall the way that they generally do on slosher, especially when you're talking about something in the hands of a very talented frontliner like Starburst have. But that's just sometimes the difference between having 53 and 51 on the board. So it was a well-earned spot in grand finals there, and well, that's a dangerous team sitting in losers final that some of our other sides are just going to have to negotiate. As once again, we're thanking you for rocking out with us here on twitch.tv/IPL Splatoon for this 7th edition of Swim or Sink, and looks like we are going to go and wait up on everything else going on. But before then, we got some things to update you on the in the losers bracket, don't we, Astro?
Sure thing. So if you actually go and check out losers bracket, there's some interesting things happening right now. If you guys want to ping bracket or check up on that in IPL or in the Twitch chat as well. We have Desire still facing off against Resistance. Now, Desire actually is currently 1-1 against them. They are the higher seed. They're a very strong team, and Resistance is actually, as a 25th seed, really taking it to them. If they take this next game, they've taken the set and are currently putting on a bit of an upset run in losers. We see Massacre, who have previously in SOS actually gotten a top 4 finish, if I'm not mistaken. They did get all the way up to L24, so they got up to round 4 of losers before they had their night ended by LOLJK, the pickup that you saw earlier on stream. And they are currently, LOLJK, 1-1 with Wednesdays. So if you guys want to keep up with the losers bracket while we get everything sorted out and ready to hop into the next stream or into the next match, definitely do so, because there's some interesting stuff going on.
Yep, and we got some absolute killers hanging out in losers side, like Narwal Gaming, as you mentioned. They might be fighting either Desire or Resistance for the right to face off against Sonder, and Azure just hanging out for the winners of Wednesdays versus LOLJK. But until that we get to that, I'd like to tell you all about a little tournament that we like to have on Fridays. It's called the Testing Grounds. You better believe that we have that rocking out on Fridays. IPL's bi-weekly tournament series designed to give teams and viewers a platform for finding and testing new ideas for tournament play. Definitely going to want to check out what we've got for signups. And yeah, it's always fun. The next one, of course, we've got this coming Friday on the 30th. So have fun with that. Definitely make sure that you're following right here. Subscribe if you're so inclined. If you think it's time, drop the prime. You already know how it is. Anything that you can with which you can support the Inkling Performance Labs is more than appreciated. But until we have the next match coming up, we are going to go to break. Don't go away. You're watching IPL Splatoon, Swimmer Sync 7. And welcome back to the 7th edition of Swim or Sink, presented to you by Inkling Performance Labs. I'm Stu, the announcer, and I am joined, folks, you cannot have pop-offs on stream without Pop Gun. Good to have you here, buddy, and we are going to get right into it. It looks like we're going to get Narwal Gaming on stream next, and it's they've been performing pretty well thus far, but right now they've got to go up against, well, to say the least, quite a bit of resistance.
Yeah, Resistance is one of these newer-ish teams that's kind of popped up in the last month or so, but has made quite a bit of noise in the tournaments that they played in so far. Narwal Gaming, a team that, if you're familiar with SAC, which just got announced, is coming back for another season. Last season, Narwal was notorious for basically dominating every single tournament they played in that, but a new kid on the block facing one of the more older established Splatoon teams. Not really quite sure what's going to come of this matchup myself, but...
Well, I mean, the scene would tell you that Narwal is doing pretty well for themselves thus far, and yeah, you took a quick little look at the schedule. You're talking about just how much you're able to experiment. You might see a little bit more experimentation on testing grounds on Friday, but why wait for that now? You got double NZAP, double Knot 79 coming out on the part of Narwal Gaming. I mean, it's you definitely, that's a value statement in of itself as we're going to tower control for Inkblot.
If somebody's been paying attention to FT wins pickup teams in these tournaments, it looks like. I mean, I guess it makes sense. The NZAPs can give you all the paint they need. The Inkjets, as we see right there, can get you all the splats that you need as well. So we've seen this kind of work for other teams in the past, and right now it's working out really well for Narwal in this opening minute.
Yeah, Liam getting the double on the Inkjet, beautiful stuff, and Darley is not to be outdone. They're going to get a splat on the Splash-O-Matic and driving this tower all the way down past the halfway mark. Not through that checkpoint just yet. Getting a little too aggressive and running straight into the Inkjet. Aces up over Inkblot and finally gets taken down from the ground, and that is going to be a full team wipe. The push is stopped at 55 points. However, that's some good damage being done just a minute into this match, Popgun.
Yeah, and it's weird to look on the map. I can't tell if they cleared that second checkpoint or not. It looks like they did, and that's really more important than the score that they got, because tower control is all about the checkpoints. Yeah, it looks like they did clear that second checkpoint. So that's a huge opening push right there, and it looks like they're trying to get set to do another one. As we see Chompy hopping on the tower here, and two players immediately going down for resistance. Make that 3, so Narwal getting in another nice position to possibly reach that third checkpoint and do some more damage here on the scoreboard.
And pushing through here, they're not gonna be able to push any further, as eventually it's going to be Narwal trying to drive this tower, Resistance trying to drive it back to midfield. I mean, between Persistence and Resistance, we've had to keep on top of the nomenclature here at IPL, so do pardon us. And finally, they're going to get a little bit of a push. 3-2 on the map with that NZAP spawning back in just now, and as they're trying to clear this first checkpoint, and they do so successfully as Darley goes down. One of the Nautiluses is out, but that means you're going to have to deal with another. They're only able to accumulate 25 points before they have to see the tower. Does not necessarily mean this push is done, especially if this is an effective firing of the 10 missiles. Looks like it's going to target 2 and might not get 1, but right now it seems like the priority is just getting mid and making sure that no one can try to get in, as the Inkjet will come out yet again.
Yeah, obviously holding mid is very key there, but more importantly, on that last push, they were able to clear that first checkpoint, which means the tower can just coast to the second one here. So it's just a matter of if this checkpoint will follow. It's so close. It's so close, and it does, and there goes the lead as well. But with 3 players going down, looks like actually make that a wipe. The tower's going to go immediately right back to Narwal. And, you know, it's all about the checkpoints here. So even though Resistance does have the lead, it's not really one they should be anywhere close to being comfortable with, especially if Liam can pop off with a yet another one of these inkjets, and more armor is ready to go. Interestingly enough, Resistance does not have any armor to go with the double inkjets they have. But the armor, as we see yet another armored inkjet popping out here for Narwal, this could be the difference so far in the game, especially as they're trying to get some pushes going here. But it seems like every time one player goes down for Resistance, whenever an inkjet lands, it immediately goes down as well. So every push here that looks like it's going to be huge from Narwal just ends up running into some sort of wall of sorts.
Resistance, a Narwal, if you will, but this is a 2v1 situation, trying to protect their opposition with the Brella, but they go down. That might have been just a little bit of mismanagement on the Ink. I'm not really sure, quite frankly, as Liam is going to retreat and let them perhaps fall into a sense of security. Might be looking to counterpunch here as Liam, however, is spotted very quickly, is made to super jump out as Hyperbit holding down mid with that Tenebrella as they spawned back in, 20 seconds to go, and trying to hold on. 56-55 on the map right now, and nothing doing on the Ultra Stamp, excuse me. I was about to say Super Tramp, great band, but not a special. But Liam and Darley trying to make things happen. One is on the Inkjet, one might be soon, but there is nothing doing. That is a no-fly zone around the choke, and it will be game number 1. Chalk one up to the Resistance.
Yeah, that was just unfortunate timing there for Narwal. They had the players alive that they needed, except one Inzap player died. So those 2 Inkjets they had ready that they could have done a push with, it really left only one player left alive with the Inzap to ride the tower. So it seemed like they were just one piece short of making a push there that could have reclaimed them the lead. And so in a nice comeback there by Resistance, it looked like they got punched in the face pretty hard early on, but stuck around, took these little tiny pushes one at a time. They didn't clear both checkpoints right away. They just cleared one checkpoint, got control of mid, and then went for the second one, and was able to get a nice 1-point win there as we head into game 2 of this decisive best of 3 losers bracket match here. Rainmaker at Anchovy Games. I don't know if we're going to see that double Nautilus comp coming back out here, but I guess anything's on the table at this point.
Yeah, but it kind of makes you think. You have very aggressive mids that ostensibly work as your range that are going to be taken out rather easily if you wind up getting caught, especially when you have that Tenebrella helping out in 2v1 situations, as they like to do, dropping down and perhaps causing at least enough of a nuisance to make themselves known. But you saw there was a lot of kills on the side of Narwal Gaming that they simply could not have capitalized into a lead at the end of it all. What was the most crucial part, in your opinion, to Resistance's push that allowed them to take that lead? Because it never really seemed like they had a super decisive advantage on the map as they were going through.
They never had an advantage, true, but they never gave up an entire wipe on their side. The worst thing you can do in this game is wiped, and it seemed like every time Narwal was getting ready to get a push started or did get a push started, they would lose basically their entire team, and then that gave map control and basically all the tools that Resistance would need to get back into that one, as we see both teams ready and up. Just one Nautilus this time and only one Inzap, so no surprise there that Narwal is dropping a little bit of aggression in favor of a Stingray from that C-Jet.
That is a hell of a sentence, by the way. Only one Nautilus this time. That is a thing we said on a competitive stream. I'm sorry, continue on.
Welcome to October in 2020. They'll be changed next month with the new
spooky season indeed. And Hyperbit back on the Tenebrella, looking to do damage and certainly trying to aid a push for the Rainmaker. They will in fact grab it and try to get some numbers out of this. They're going to climb up the fan and make that jump. Space is successful, however, running straight into the line of fire, looked like, of the Jet Squelcher or the Nautilus. I'm not sure which one exactly, as it was a 4-3 advantage on the map. They are going to pop the Rainmaker's barrier and try to add on. to the 43-0 lead that they currently have after a minute has elapsed, but there is a lot of purple gaps that they have to work with, potentially some paths through, maybe even enough to grab themselves an early lead right back.
Yeah, and their comp is kind of set up to get a big lead and then play a little bit defensively for that Stingray. So and this is going to be their window right here. If they can get a pick or two, as you see the Rainmaker held by Chompy, is just kind of waiting for more players to go down on the side of Gnaw or Resistance going down here. And you see the Prella off on their own, but the Rainmaker's trying to fight it as well. Is the Rainmaker going to need to push here? They're going to need to find something going, but that hammer just got popped too soon. Man, it seemed like that was their window there. I can't believe the the tent both survived and was able to stall long enough for their teammates to come back in. Nice defense there.
That Tenebrella was mighty good, I'll tell you what, but that is
Tenefeller.
the Tenefeller, oh my gosh. But no, I'll tell you what, that Tenebrella was really actually legitimately having them moving slower than molasses, I'll tell you what right now. But really it was some solid play coming out from the Tenebrella. They simply could not negotiate it, perhaps taking advantage of their impatience, and now this push coming through, 76 points on the board compared to the 10. And now as they're going to get the Rainmaker right back, Narwal just repeatedly getting punched in the mouth and not really having much of an answer thus far. They need one, and fast.
Well, they're trying something a little crafty here. They're taking it arguably the worst route you can take any Rainmaker in any map, period. But it's a really good idea if the other team is not quite ready for it. The problem is they need the fan to slowly move its way down here, so they're a little bit of a sitting ducks at this time. But if Leon can get a pick or two with that Inkjet, okay, so see, this is why that path is kind of bad, because now they're just stuck in this awkward spot, and they're not really going to accomplish anything. Players are just kind of discombobulated all over the map. But hello, 2 players do go down here. But they're going to need a full team wipe as Props eventually ends that push there with a nice triple. So, I like the idea. It just fell apart really quickly. They didn't have a backup plan for once that fell apart thing.
And Crops is able to get back up so quickly. Is going to counter this next wave of spawns as Crops is going to go to the skies in the Inkjet, trying to cut down a few aces and does not get a target that time. But they are able to push it deep in enemy territory and making Narwal's job that much harder as we are going to go to 1 minute remaining. Liam and company having a hard time negotiating here as Chompy tries to do work in mid. And this is the push. It has to happen now. 4-2 on the map. Some people just spawning in, and as we see the defense set up, they're bunched up a little bit. I'm not sure.
Yeah, all it really takes here is one wipe, and this game is over in favor of Narwal. There, down goes the hammer, but it is a 3v3 situation, and they're not going to have Stingray to kind of help them make this push, because the Stingray user is the one holding the Rainmaker. They don't have to get lead right here. There's enough time for them to die and get another push going, and they might have to do that considering they only got 2 players left alive. The Rainmaker doing a really good job of surviving, trying to survive a little bit longer, but Crops obviously coming in, getting a nice pick here. And this looks like a bit of a staggered spawn coming out from Narwal. I don't know if those last 2 players can get to the Rainmaker in time, and if they do, yeah, they're not going to let them pop it right here. They're just going to get a nice little lime green bubble here and just coast out for the next 5 seconds.
And that's how you do it. Sometimes you got to take the victories how you will, and that is going to be the... Wait, they actually got it! Chompy! Perhaps getting a little too complacent, taking their eye off of that lime green ball that they made for themselves, and Chompy is going to go down to mid as they are forced down, and that is where the kill is going to be applied, and Resistance. My goodness, a 2-0 showing. You talk about showing out. Narwal Gaming is going to be brought out with the tide yet again, and we take a look at how this match played out again. Narwal Gaming out fragging, but it's not how many you get, it's when you get them. And Resistance, with those pushes that they made, being able to take care of everyone that was hanging out in office, it's no surprise that they were able to push it all the way down into that far corner and really never give Narwal Gaming a good look at the goal.
Yeah, the one push right there that decided the entire game was that that little sneaky push that they made to slip behind everybody, grab Rainmaker, and then just kind of like the classic robber with the sack over their shoulder, just sneaking off into the night. And that ultimately just gave them too many points for Narwal Gaming to overcome there. Again, with their comp built to be more so holding on to a huge lead and not so much overcoming a huge deficit, just ultimately worked in Resistance's favor right now. Or right there, I should say.
Great stuff all around, Spookforge. We saw them putting in that work, especially as we got down towards that area where they were putting in 10 splats, I think, in that game number 2. And certainly as people were dropping down from that elevated area, they were more than willing to keep their tracking on point and keep their sights, keep their opposition well within their sights. So they are going to move on to face, I believe it was Sonder, who's their opponents in losers quarterfinals. But it's going to be a tough matchup, I think, for Resistance. However, Sonder can't really be all that complacent. I do want to talk about, because they did not get many frags, although considering it's a Tenebrella, didn't do too badly for themselves. But what a good team player Hyperbit wound up being, stalling their composition so well with the Tenebrella, especially as they were coming off of the side. You were talking about that window that they were looking for, getting pushed off of the elevated platform, where by the Inkjet. They were looking for that space to kind of go up, but then out comes the Tenebrella. Hyperbit says, hey, here's my little Reinhardt shield. You're going to have to deal with this for a while, and in the meantime, I'm just going to take this sword off and just kind of make your life hell with it.
Yeah, and that's kind of what the role of the Tenebrella is. You're not really using it to pop off with 20 KAs. You're using it just to kind of soak up shots and just draw attention to yourself, which obviously they did a really good job of there, especially on that one push where it looked, like you said, the window was there. But I guess we're now moving on to our another match already, which is Azure versus Wednesdays, which I don't quote me on this, but I looked at Wednesday's roster and I'm pretty sure it's just Requiem, or mostly players from Requiem, probably a pickup, which is a Div X team. So this should be a high caliber matchup, and I mean it's losers round 6. Only the best of the best make it here.
Yeah, Mud Cup, a name with which we are quite familiar in these tournaments, along with Toast, Pika, Raze, and this dude you might have heard of by the name of Nico. So Wednesdays going to be tough to deal with. There are no easy outs when it comes to this point in the tournament, but they could be feeling blue in more ways than one, as Azure are going to try to get things kicked off in this dual zone here in the pit.
And then we see Azure coming out with a bathtub. You know, I've never really seen Azure in action. I know they're a really good team, but one thing that's kind of known for them is that they're very crafty in the comps that they pull out, and they're not afraid to experiment. So this, you see a comp here that we would normally used to see in something like Low Ink, but no, this is top level Splatoon being played here, obviously by Azure, as they get an opening quad here and control a mid. Mudcup trying to survive a little bit, waiting for teammates to come in to help finish off that pin zap. But yeah, Azure, a team and not afraid to experiment, and so far it's working out in their favor.
Yeah, and that's the thing. You can never be too sure, especially when you watch like tournaments in Japan. A couple of months back, where they would just run all brush comps and wind up winning the tournaments. It goes to show how creative you can get with the with weapon compositions and find success in the game. And it just goes to show, I mean, this is a very fluid, very space-based game, and just like in soccer, it really is how you make use of that space and how you interpret it. It's just as creative as any group or collaborative effort is allowed to be, and there is something to be said about the agency of art or whatever in that. I'm sure that some art house snob can read further into that, but either way, it's going to be Wednesday taking this zone and trying to drive down their own count, but not before 73 points on the board for Azure, who are ironically in green.
Yeah, and this is the first real opportunity we're going to see of Wednesdays trying to create a lockout situation here as we see the Nautilus trade with the bathtub. Burr getting a nice pick there on the N-Zap as well. So this looks like this lockout situation is going to continue a little bit further, maybe enough to get a lead eventually. You know, the key right here, we were talking about Tint in the last game. From what I've seen so far, the Blob Wobbler has been doing a really good job of kind of dealing with that Tenebrella, especially when it gets deployed. But as of right now, it seems like, oh, actually they capped the zone, so it did get reset there. But yeah, it's interesting enough. Is Blob Wobbler an actual legit counter to the bathtub? It seems, or to the Tenebrella. So far, it seems to be working out.
As we're watching it develop here, it's kind of interesting to see how they have been making use of the ramps. Obviously, you want to either kind of stay up there on that higher ground and make it just rain your color ink from above. Just, you know, kind of Nickelodeon slime them a little bit with a Splattershot Junior or a Slosher, whatever the case may be. Certainly no Sloshers in this game, but you get the general gist of it. 3-2 on the map here for Wednesday as they are going to try to count down even further, cut into the penalty. But I don't know. You often see them kind of just taking the whole like samurai jumping off of the balcony, sword in hand, as they're just ready to make this whole aggressive push. And they are going to take back. And wow, they barely get the lead. And again, it's that utilization of the space and certainly of that elevated area that has allowed them to do so, and some pretty good management of the specials as well, Popstone.
Yeah, but Azure is able to get back control of the zones here, and it looks like they're going to get control of a vast majority of the map as Nico gets a very nice pick there on the Tenebrella, also known as her, I guess. So it's Azure with this really good painting comp that they have here. And with the ability to build up a lot of specials, might be enough for them to eat through those penalty points, which isn't a whole heck of a lot of penalty points to eat through. But as you see them just kind of trading on that zone on the right there, until an actual player dies, no real points are going to be scored by Azure. And actually, they're the one who lose 2 players, so that will flip the zone, make that 3. Flipping the zone back in favor eventually, question mark? No? Is this Blob Wobbler single-handedly going to hold on to both of these zones? Are you kidding me?
They wound up having 2. No, they wound up having 2 players go down, and the Blob Wobbler is enough to kind of keep the zone capped. That is going to be huge potentially, as Toast trying to assert their dominance in mid, nothing doing on the bubbles, and the penalty is gone. Can they hold on to it and retake the lead? Indeed, they will. There is nothing that the Nautilus can do but watch from above, as eventually it took a little bit of overtime magic, but Azure winds up taking it 81-80, and that is a scrappy performance from the 4 seed.
Blob Wobbler nerf win. I mean, they only got 3 splats with it, but it seemed like the bathtub pulled off so many clutch moments there. I would be interested in seeing how much paint the Blob Wobbler actually got on the ground there, and especially in that last little push there. There is no acceptable reason for why Azure should be able to hold on to that zone, other than those bubbles that the bathtub was throwing out, constantly painting both bubbles at the same time, and also it seemed like getting 2 picks right there. So, you know, it's a very nice play there at the end by Azure to basically steal one there from Wednesdays. It seemed like Wednesdays had that one in the bag late, but not getting only killing 3 players apparently isn't enough to cap zone against Azure.
I mean, that's never underestimate a good Blob Wobbler, especially when you launch 7 suction bomb specials over the course of that game, like Pika wound up doing. So, something to be said about the amount of ink that they were able to cover on the ground. Wednesdays did not make it easy for them, and as Burr and Sir wound up getting 9 splats each, as we're waiting for game number 2. It's going to be tower control at the Reef, and it's an interesting one. I'm not really sure if you're going to see that Blob Wobbler again, but could definitely see it doing some damage, especially as the tower rides through and perhaps getting into those alleys that the Reef is known for.
Well, a general
On the
rule
side,
of
anyway.
thumb is that you never use blob for tower control. I mean, it's extremely difficult to knock people off of the tower with that thing. I mean, maybe you could, if you like go to the bridge on this and lob blobs off of the bridge at the right angle, you might be able to easily pick somebody off on the tower, but I don't. I would be totally surprised if we saw the bathtub hop back out here for Azure for tower control. But I guess
Can
we'll
never
see
count
right here.
anything out. You perhaps save that for testing grounds, which you're going to see that on Wednesday, of course. But yeah, it looks like we are going to see the bathtub going to be closed off for cleaning just for now. But yeah, this is we're going. We're not going to see
Tenacity
the
Dynamo.
Yeah, Tenacity Dynamo. Weirdly enough, going with the Dynamo, I do kind of like it. I'm not gonna lie, but yeah, you want to charge up that special, and that's the way to do it.
Oh, that very nice double there by Nico, who's make that a triple. You know, Tenacity is not going to work out too well when your teammates are just bullying the other team. But I guess that's kind of the point. You only need that special or that main to kick in when you actually need it. As this first checkpoint, not the most difficult one in the world to pass, will fall in the favor of Azure. The two players do go down, and Burr is able to pick off a Nico after Nico gets a nice pick themselves. Pika going down, so that will end the push right here. But, you know, with that Tenacity Booyah Bomb Dynamo, which has already got off 2 Booyah Bombs. They're going to average 10 Booyah Bombs off if they keep on the pace that they're at right now. Booyah Bomb, a really good special to knock somebody off of the tower, but not going to be enough when you only have a lead of 64 remaining, which is no longer going to be a lead at this point.
And of course, having that remix on the opposition, they're probably going to get their bombs in a more conventional fashion, as yet another Booyah is going to be deployed here. 3-2 on the map. Make that 2-2. They're going down in quick succession, and that's going to be a quick little reset to mid, perhaps allowing Burr et al. To maybe retake map control. They're going to set off the 10 missiles, try to stave off any sort of potential descent. And yet again, with the bombs, that remix, it's going to be crucial in trying to reestablish themselves as a point on the map. They get to 55 points, and certainly past that, the remix going ham thus far and pushing it back 3-1 on the map. You gotta like what you're seeing from out of these kids.
Yeah, nice timing there. You said the remix needs to make some plays, immediately gets a double and an assist. And it looks like this is going to be a KO right here, as Her is going to hide nicely into the corner of the tower there. So a nice bounce back by Wednesdays. Well, they have an exclamation point, so it's probably Wednesdays. So we're going to head over to a decisive game 3 here. And the question is, what kind of obscure comp is Azure going to bust out now that their backs are against the wall?
Yeah, so thank you for saying it so I didn't have to, but yeah,
I don't think K-Block's listening, but that's fine. We can get away with stuff tonight. Dad's not here.
we can use all the cliches we want. But no, that's the thing is that it's a cliche for a reason, but you're kind of at this sort of war of attrition point. It's really just going to be a matter of who breaks first. And when you're talking about all the Booyah Bombs that came out, and certainly the key ones from that backliner on the HSR, with 4 of them to go along with those 6 picks as they were trying to travel along, trying to traverse the midfield. It was pretty decent remix, excuse me. But yeah, the kills certainly coming through from the front line. Burr and Her, haha, I get it. 8 splats each, combined with, of course, those 4 ink armors, crucial to those pushes. And now, as if you're Azure, it's you're a little discouraged because you had decent enough map control to start things out, but then Wednesdays just comes back with a vengeance. What happened there?
Well, we talked about Azure having plenty of Booyah Bombs that they would need for defense. The problem is that Wednesdays had plenty of Booyah Bombs to use for offense, and it worked out really well in their favor. Good news for Azure, though, is that they are going to be able to bust out the Blob again here, as Blob does a really, really good job of popping the Rainmaker shield. So if you're going to use it for splat zones, I don't understand why you wouldn't use it here for Rainmaker. But this is a really good map for the remix. Heavy remix is really nice to be used here as well, as we see it coming back out for Wednesdays. And yep, no surprise. Well, I guess the surprise is that they're using the vanilla bathtub as opposed to the one with suction bomb rush. Instead of going to opt for Inkwall and Rain, as they immediately pop the Rainmaker shield, no contest.
Yeah, however, that's a sea of blue that they're going to have to deal with, and perhaps at Azure just a little further forward. You know that they're at their best when they're in blue, and it's perhaps fitting to their name. Either way, it's going to be Toast, going to get chased off of the stage a little bit. I don't think he sings that badly. My goodness, eventually Wednesdays is going to grab the objective first and push it all the way up past 50. In fact, it was 2-1 on the map before they got splatted, and this is a quick little push here. Yeah, we're going up, turning up on a Wednesday as they are continuing on and looking for the KO, 81-0, and we are a minute in. They're not done yet. 4-2 on the map, and eventually it's going to be a clutch kill from that elevated area that eventually deals with the push, but that line is pushed so far forward, and they might not be done yet.
Yeah, you know, the remix popped the Booyah Bomb there, and then immediately went back to mid and realized, oh, wait a minute, we're still pushing. I should come back. See, we see them start to do again here. Okay, now Azure has the Rainmaker, and it looks like, yeah, they're just going to dump it off the side there and reset it. But the entire fight is on the Azure side of the map. Now, this is a huge lead to have on this map, and that's a nice pick there. Already 4 picks from the Blobobbler. Very nice to see. But as long as you have the bathtub alive, which is going to be hard because they're picking up the Rainmaker, you don't have to hit a home run in one push. You can just kind of inch your way forward, die, pop it again, inch your way forward, die, pop it again. But which is the situation they're going to have to find themselves in right now. But once again, they do pick it without the bathtub, but with all these specials ready and 2 players going down, it looks like this initial push at least will be over for Azure. But there's still plenty of time on the clock here for them to do like a staggered long Rainmaker push that they'll probably will need to do to overcome this 17-point remaining lead.
Toast looks to be cornered there as they're trying to contest on the higher from the lower ground. That's a tough angle to reach, but they definitely had the loadout with which to do it, at least for the sub weapon. Pika going to try to do that work with the Blobber. Looks to not be grabbing the Rainmaker. That's going to be on the term Mudcup. 4-3 on Mudcup, and that NZAP is going to go down eventually. The push will stop. They're doing pretty well for themselves. Our Azure, despite that initial pushback from oh, what a double though by Burr, and that is the sort of defensive stop that you need. 4-1 on the map, and they will let the Rainmaker reset and take back mid. This is what worked for them so well, it seemed like, as they were able to find ins and outs. It's just a little bit of in coverage. The missiles will be deployed. The Booyah Bomb as well, and this is good special management here as the Inkjet is going to assist with some of these splats. Gets Pika, so down goes the Blobber, and they are more than content to just kind of sit here and let it be what it is and not let any further damage be done to them. They're not going to have the numerical advantage, but they're more than content to just kind of stall out perhaps on this elevated area and jump back when they need to. Ooh.
Yeah, the biggest opponent for Wednesdays right now is the clock. They just need to milk as much time off of it as possible. And the best way to do that is to keep the Rainmaker on the Azure side of the map as you see them trying to get more pushes going so that Azure can, A, never get established, and B, they're not going to have enough time to do that elongated, staggered push I was kind of talking about that you can do with the Blobobbler. They're going to have to now hit a home run Well, now they could probably grab it and die one more time here. So Mudcup doesn't have to take it all the way the distance unless the window opens itself, sees a suction bomb, and says, oh, I need to back up. But then the range here, one player going down, Booyah Bomb coming in, and that Booyah Bomb's going to get a nice double, but the bathtub's still alive, so the pop should go. Well, the bathtub's the last player here. They can't outpaint 3 players. It's not that powerful. And the bathtub eventually does go down.
Never underestimate Pika with the bathtub.
It looks like Wednesdays is just going to be content with having a nice lime green bubble in their base and letting the clock run out here and taking the dub.
And that is one way to do it. Wednesdays. Goodness gracious. Have Azure singing the blues, and it's going to be a 2-1 victory for Wednesdays, and they are going to move on. That's, as far as the seeding goes, that's a legitimate upset. And you're looking at the stats here. It is hard to imagine how Azure could have combated that remix that got 19 splats doing work from range. It is hard to establish yourself as a backliner, but when you are that effective at tracking your opponents and really good at reading their movements, it's hard. It is really hard to tell a remix that's on point. Just know you can't do what you want, because apparently no one told that remix.
Well, also, once again, that map is a heavy playground. There's a lot of uninkable areas and grates where the run speed that you typically have on a heavy can be abused. And secondly, the longest ranged weapon Azure brought was the Blob Obbler, and that the Blob is meant more for arcing shots, like we saw with Pika getting a nice kill on the lights there, but it's not really going to be meant to knocking down jets out of the air or combating an elevated heavy player that we saw Wednesdays bringing out there. So yeah, there was it was extremely difficult for Azure to do anything to stop the remix that Wednesdays brought out there. And ultimately that remix was the difference in both of those wins for Wednesdays there, especially back in that tower control game as well. Hey, we're moving right along. We're now on to round 7. Sonder swept the Resistance 2-0, so now we're going to see them take on that magnificent remix player, whose name I cannot pronounce, in round 7 here.
Yeah, so round 7 in losers side, losers semis, as we're going to wait on the result of Sonder versus Resistance. And when I say wait, I mean I'm going to wait for my Battlefy to refresh, because it doesn't do so automatically. Yeah, and looks like, that was Sonder taking out the Resistance by a score of 2-0. They will be taking on Wednesdays, who again, showing themselves to be worthy, but Sonder is, they're not too bad, aren't they?
Sonder? No.
No. Yeah.
No, absolutely not.
Pretty decent.
I mean, I guess
you have
player.
Yeah, when you have players like, certainly a frontliner like Caden, who's one of the better up and coming K shots that I've seen in quite some time, and certainly a captain like Synapse, who's just such a steady presence and has been so good for so long. You have and of course, a supporting cast like they do between Josh and Birch and Henlo, who have all popped off so consistently on so many of both our streams and certainly other streams elsewhere. It's hard to count Sonder out of pretty much any match going forward.
Well, unless they play Starburst again, where they got swept 3-0, which is why they're in losers bracket.
You call that a sweep? I call that a download. Let's just say.
Oh, actually, that match was streamed. I didn't even. So I'll have to go back and look at that later. But yeah, Sonder, obviously a really good team. I think a team that's been surprising people several months ago, and they're not really surprising anybody now. We just accepted them to be a really good team. Obviously, you mentioned Caden, who we saw last week on that pickup team, the Fruit Punchers, who ended up finishing second overall in that tournament. But this tournament's a little bit more stacked than the one we had last week. But this team that Caden's on now, Sonder, obviously has more synergy than a pickup. And more experience for sure. So we'll see how they do against this Requiem pickup team in Wednesdays, as it looks like we're heading into Clam Blitz at Humpback Pump Track, a very not my favorite personal map mode combo, but it can be pretty fun depending on what weapons you bring out here. I think Synops with the probably going to use the.
I think it's Synapse.
Synapse? That I think you might be right. Synapse usually uses the Kinsa 52, I believe. That weapon works out really well on this map and mode.
Yeah, I mean, you want to get if you want to get pretty consistent picks, that's the weapon with which you do it. Just a big old Minnie Mouse barrel of death, and it's pretty darn good. And obviously, when you look at the weapon in of itself, you're just using that to follow up everything else. But yeah, just composition wise, there's a reason why a lot of people have switched over to this thing as their main.
Yeah, and it's not just the buff that it got several months ago in the patch. It just works out really well. It's a great Booyah Bomb spammer. Inkwall, if you know how to use it effectively, can be extremely annoying to play against. So yeah, it's just overall a good weapon. Just too bad the other two kits suck. But that's just my opinion.
A lot of people were kind of sus of Sloshing Machine until the K-Slosher came out. So.
Well, yeah, that's true, and I guess the Neo machine has its niches. The vanilla with Stingray, I don't know. I've seen Knights of Queen use it once in a tournament, use it successfully on a Splat Zone map, like Splat Zone Hotel. So, but I mean, this isn't Azure here. We're no longer experimenting. We're getting down to the normal meta stuff at this point.
Yeah, these are. We're no longer working in the realm of hypotheses. We're looking at the tried and true theories that are becoming laws, right? If we're talking about the scientific method here.
I don't recall bringing up the scientific method. I haven't been in school in about a decade, so
same here, bro. So a little longer than that, honestly, but.
Not longer than it's taken for these teams to ready up. Hey, speaking of waiting, one thing I do want to point out here, I hopped in. So I was doing stuff with my team, and I hopped in after I was done. That was 10 o'clock. So
something like that.
Waiting after this, FT Win is waiting in the rings in the wings. So they got another set to go through. So FT Win's going to be waiting about an hour and 15 minutes. For their next match, and then Starburst in Grand Finals is probably going to be waiting a total of about an hour and 45 minutes before they can get off and get their thing going here. So
that's a lot of league.
Oh yeah, absolutely. I mean, let's see here. What was it? Just okay? There's just a lot of sweeps. In which bracket? Okay, check this out. Every single game from winners round 2 up until grand finals was a sweep. Literally every single game. Everything was 2-0 in round 2, 2-0 in round 3, 3-0 in round 4. So that's kind of unusual, and that's why Starburst and FT Win are stuck with this obnoxiously long waiting time here. Wow, that's really bizarre to see there. Are these all straight by the bracket, how they're supposed to work out too? Yeah, actually. 1 beat 4, 2 beat 3. So hey, hats off to whoever did the seeding for this one.
Yeah, it tends to work out that way, doesn't it? So
can we get in the lobby? What's going on here? We don't have all night. What is this?
Someone heard that the bracket was going fast and took it to heart. So that's oh boy. Let's see here. Yeah, either way, this is the 12th seed Wednesdays that's coming up and doing quite well for themselves in this losers run, where they wound up beating the third place finishers from last week, the Mictlan Heroes, by a score of 2-0 to start things off, and then taking out Brazil. Of course, the Taco and Legend.
Wait, what?
Taco and Legend Suck is the team name. Wound up beating them by a score of 2-0. Then LOLJK, and then as we just saw, Azure. So it's going to be them versus Sonder, and trying to continue this monstrous run. This thus far 6-set. It would be a 6-set win streak if they wind up taking out the number 3 seed.
A 6-set win streak from who? Wednesdays? You saying here? Yeah.
Yes.
Oh my gosh. Oh wow. Yeah, they've been on. So they've been on quite a run. Actually, they've only dropped 2 games through its entire run as well. Now Sonder is a completely different beast that they faced up to this point, but they sometimes you kind of like the hot hand here, and obviously Wednesdays is coming in here extremely hot. But Saunders had a nice little warm up against Resistance here, and it was nice that both players took the time out of their day to join the lobby so that we could actually get a game going.
So, from what I could tell, that was someone was in a solo game, so they didn't want to quit out of that.
Oh, come on!
I know that's a little sus, but you know what?
Just hit the training room in between. Why do you just? I'm not going to go on a rant. Just go to the training room, people. Solo queues does nothing for you except make you angry. Anyway, game 1. Go ahead.
It's you know what? Sometimes you need to get a little angry. It's good catharsis, but it's maybe not in the middle of a tournament. Either way, we can discuss the merits of that at some other point, as we're going to take a look at the compositions. Going with a Charger here could be a battle of the backliners here. They are going to go up against this remix. You talk about the hot hands. They've been establishing themselves, but how do you like it on Humpback Pump Track?
Well, it's very interesting. Bird just got a pick there on the Charger, who was really well pushed up, probably looking to get a quick kill, but that's going to give a huge amount of map control and points that are coming out for the side of Wednesdays here. Not doing solo queue, they're ready to play, and they got it looked like they could have got a whole lot more damage done there. Only 68 points remaining, but a huge opening push there, led by Burr on the Tri-Slosher getting the picks. As only one player has gone down so far on the side of Wednesdays, and Sonder here now trying to get a counter push. A nice double there. Make that a triple.
Oh man, Synapse just taking heads as they are able to clear out a little bit of an area for themselves. 23 points on the board is not going to be enough to take the lead, but that certainly is. The Power Clam and a few more to come in after that. That is more than worth getting splatted, and now, as you're talking about a 58-32 lead in the favor of Team Green here. This, of course, being Sonder. This is what Wednesday is going to have to go up against. Synapse clearing the way initially and doing so quite effectively.
Yeah,
they get but they get a barrier breakage back.
Yeah, another push. So 2 barrier breaks in the first minute and 30 seconds. These teams are not holding back. If they see just a little bit of a wiggle room, they're taking it. As we see the remix player here, that once again another name I cannot pronounce, making some nice picks. Now, the difference between Sonder and Azure is Sonder is bringing out a lot more range, or at least enough range with the Charger player to help kind of counter that remix. So they're not going to be able to just run free. But so far, currently top fragging for their team, it's working out in their favor. Even though it's not, they are currently losing on the scoreboard. It's enough for them to get control of mid and possibly get another push here, Kellen. Their 3rd push already in the first half of this game.
Maybe enough to take the lead, but there is a lot of green around that area. But Burr is going to take heads and get themselves a triple, maybe a quad, but they are more than happy with just piling in the clams, and that is 79 points on the board for them, and they are not done piling in, and they are 2 clams away from victory. And before I can even finish the sentence, administering the knockout blow, death by 1,000 cuts, and they are rendered asunder as Wednesdays coming back with ferocity, Pop Gun.
Yeah, and that last cut was the deepest for sure. Look at Burr with 11 KA in just 2 minutes and 30 seconds of work. Tri-Slosher obviously being a really good pick for this map, with the arcing motion there going up over the little humps that are on Humpback. So And you saw Bird just coming out immediately, getting to pick on the anchor weapon or the anchor player that Sonder was bringing out there, and that just kind of opened up the floodgates immediately. But a nice response by Sonder to immediately take lead right back, but ultimately 2 pushes later coughed it up right again. So a lot of back and forth there from a very fast-paced Clam Blitz game by both teams as we move over to Splat Zones at Skipper Pavilion.
It's so interesting. I mean, obviously, when you're on defense, you want to kind of be near the goal and make sure that you're defending everything relatively well, trying to keep those roots in. But if you get caught bunching up, that is prime real estate for the Tri-Slosher to just kind of come in and invade. And that is exactly what Bird did. That triple at the end, certainly aided by the efforts of their teammates, as we saw Sir and Her obviously doing quite well for themselves in terms of moving in and out that Nautilus 79, infamously mobile, and doing well to score in many aspects. But yeah, just a well-coordinated effort to get that knockout, and now all of a sudden, if you're Sonder, you have a lot to think about here, but they are going right back in. They're not thinking about it. They have Splat Zones on Skipper Pavilion, and you gotta think, like, if you're talking about ink coverage, Caden is going to be the Caden and Synapse up front are probably going to be the keys here for victory. Just making sure that no one is able to get down into that lower area, while perhaps their teammates take care of up top.
Yeah, and more importantly, they're good. Those 2 players are going to need to do a good job of keeping the frontline players of Wednesdays off of their anchor player. We saw the Charger get absolutely bullied in that last game, and that might be because the Charger was playing a little aggressive, trying to get some more picks themselves. But really, it's going to come down to, can they keep J999 alive or not? And especially going to be huge here as we see the Charger kicking a peek at mid, seeing that nobody from Wednesdays is going to move down. So the Charger's going to have full control of mid here in the opening, as they're trying to once again look for that aggressive opening push. But the 52 gal immediately goes down. Oh, wait, 2 players going down for Wednesdays themselves. Make that 3, possibly a quad here. Ooh. With the remix player. I don't know how they survived that, but jump out and just keeps themselves alive, but will lose lead and control of mid in the process.
Yeah, being made to do that, but that's exactly the response that you want to see from Sonder, and yeah, what a pop-off there. That's exactly what you're wanting from not just a captain, but a pretty effective player. And now J999, as they're going to try to establish a line of sight for their opposition. This is where you don't want to cross as Synapse. Well, you generally don't want to cross them either on that K52. They're going to take out Sir and Her. Both frontline players are down, and they're staggered just a little bit as they're looking for this knockout blow, and look to be doing so in a pretty effective fashion here, Popgun.
Yeah, and they're only doing it with 2 armors being popped. No inkjet. Actually, this is they did get off 1 inkjet, 1 Booyah Bomb coming out here. So they're doing it mainly with their main weapons, just straight up winning 1v1s. Is it going to be enough for them to get the KO here? It looks like it should, and it will be. So a very nice response there by Sonder. A nice opening, basically getting a quad with the last player jumping out and making a statement, getting a nice win there by KO in the first minute and 30 seconds. You know, I said the key was keeping the Charger player alive. I guess that wasn't really much of a factor. It was just bully the other team so that everybody gets to stay alive. There's only 2 players on the side of Wednesdays registered splats at all.
Yeah, that was her and Burr on the front line. They were simply not able to establish themselves elsewise, as it was just Hen Lowo being able to pop off on that end zap, and popping 3 armors as well certainly helped in those 1v1 battles that we saw all throughout the map. Certainly on that lower ground, J999 getting providing their part as well, just making sure you do not want to walk in front of this laser. Bad things happen when you walk in front of the laser, and looks like they're going to be jumping right back into it relatively quickly. Tower control on Manta Maria, as we saw a lot of people readied up. So maybe relatively few changes, only really to the back line on Sonder. And what are you expecting from these two teams here? This is the decider right here to see who faces off against FT Win plus some subs.
Yeah, I don't really see Sonder doing much different as far as their comps go. I think the main reason they haven't readied up yet is just because they want to take some time to kind of talk about their game plan for this map and mode. Same thing for Wednesdays. They just have one player not ready as well. So this is more so just we know what our comp is. What is our opening strategy going to be? And obviously, the armor that we saw constantly being pumped out very quickly in that first minute there for Splat Zones at Skipper is going to come out really key here for Sonder on a map like Manta Maria Tower Control.
Going to be a tough one, and I don't know. It's we have seen Wednesdays come back from some pretty impossible situations, but Sonder gave them a punch to the gut that they are going to have to respond to. And yeah, they're going with the Firefin splatter scope. It looks like here is J999.
Yeah, so no Stingray either. And in fact, I guess it kind of makes sense. You don't need armor if you're just going to have the Kinsa 52 as opposed to the Octo Shot that Caden's been using. He's been using Inkjet up to this point. Instead, it's going to use missiles. But right away, J99 not comfortable at all as Wednesdays gets control of the enemy bunker, forces the backliner back. If Synapse is the last player left alive deep on the left there, it has several players swarming out. Actually, Synapse looks like he got a double there. That is pretty huge because this looks like this could be a lot worse. Even though one player has died, or one player is down. Actually, two players now are down. As J99 once again just can't. Man, they're doing such a good job at harassing this anchor player. J99 cannot get comfortable at all until taking out an Inkjet. Wow, very nice snipe there by the Charger player. And will that be enough to stall this push? It looks like it. Wow, honestly, I don't think the Charger player died that entire time, even though they were just taking blow after blow after blow thrown their way.
Yeah, but that's the thing, is that even though they didn't die, they might as well have. Because if you get that backliner out of position, there's nothing that they can really do. So Caden is going to utilize those Tenet missiles to try to scramble the Jets a little bit more and perhaps providing a little bit more of an area for that backliner to work with as they're going to start their push. 80 to 20 points, is not going to be enough, but getting past that first checkpoint is going to be crucial. They at least get that, as J999 is going to try to do some damage yet again. They get an ink wall for assistance. It's going to be taken care of very quickly by Burr, as that's going to be the end of that push. 48 to 42 on the board right now. It's not looking impossible to say the very least, but cannot be said enough just how much opening push like that can get into the head, and that remix doing work yet again, taking out Caden on that elevated platform.
Yeah, this remix player already top fragging once again. I wish I knew who this person actually was. This
person is going to make me learn Hiragana. I can't believe it.
But they're playing extremely well, and has really kept, even though they're down, has done a great job of keeping map control in the favor of Wednesdays, which is huge, which is also a huge reason as to why Sonder hasn't gotten another push off here, even though they do have a lead. But they don't have... They're tied at checkpoints right now, so it's not really a lead you can feel comfortable with 2 minutes left to go. And make that 3 players going down by the Nautilus, looking to get a wipe. That is a wipe on the side of Sonder. So here we go, Serve pushing up, and that is a great position, a very scary position for a remix player to be in, up on the ledge of the bunker there, which, but with the Nautilus player going down, probably overextending just a little bit, and there goes the K-shot as well. Wow, it looked like they had everybody in position necessary to get at least lead, if not clear that first checkpoint. But players just died at unfortunate times. Nice defense there by Sonder.
Yeah, no, and that's kind of the thing. That second checkpoint is such a tough one to have to clear, as they're going to get 2. Will that remix? And yeah, they've been so key. They have not been really driven off that elevated area above midfield all that effectively thus far. And even when they've been chased off, they've kind of been holding their own in midfield as Sir is looking to do as well. Does get the trade with Henlowo. That is a big one as the K-Machine and the Nautilus both go down 3-3 on the map as Caden looks to ink up turf and cover the area in blue. Try to add on to the 48 points that they have on the board as we get down to 1 minute remaining. Caden fighting for glory. Who dares to contest as they're going to work their way up here and perhaps have their opposition in hot pursuit. They're going to try to get past the second checkpoint, and they are successful.
Yes, that is huge. Clearing that checkpoint gives them more room to actually breathe. And we see Caden still pushing up there, still getting kicks before eventually going down. Now, Sonder has done a really great job shutting down back-to-back pushes, which held on to the lead there and created an opportunity for them to clear that other checkpoint. So they don't have to do as spirited of an offense as they've done so far these last two picks here. But once again, the Nautilus player going down. And that's a huge pick there with two players going down. This might do it here for Sonder.
Seems like it, and they're going to get back onto the tower, and Synapse seals the deal as it is going to be a 2-1 victory for Sonder. They earn the right to face off against FT Win plus some subs. And Wednesdays, a tip of the cap to them, fighting until the very end, and even having Sir top fragging on the field, in fact, but simply was not meant to be for these fine competitors. They will go out in 4th place, but certainly nothing to be ashamed of considering their performance.
Yeah, I mean, they beat Azure. They hang in there with Sonder. I mean, this is basically Requiem with just a few subs. So it's a team you would expect to hang with those two teams for sure. But, a nice showing here, obviously going out in 4th place. And getting to enjoy the rest of their Wednesday night. Obviously, they're a team that really enjoys Wednesdays. So they still get another about 48 minutes left to enjoy of their Wednesday night here as we move on to a very cold hour and 15-minute waiting FT Win team who's probably just pleased as punch that they finally get to have a set and a game going here.
Yeah, and having them wait in losers finals as Starburst is just chilling in Grant. I mean, you're talking about cold. That's they were playing with a lot of heat to them, but that's the thing. You want to have heat. You definitely take a look at what a Pop-Tart does when you take it right out of the toaster. How they always warn you that you can burn yourself on the icing. Well, leave that sitting out for an hour and 15 minutes. See how hot it is then. So it'll be interesting to see how this works out in terms of the dynamic. But as we wait for that, once again, we'd like to thank you for joining us. The 7th edition of Swimmer Sync here at twitch.tv/IPL Splatoon. This is Mazers2, the announcer, alongside Popgun on the microphone, and certainly want to thank you all for joining us here every Wednesday night on the channel. But if you're enjoying this, Testing Grounds 4 is going to be this Friday on the 30th. There's a lot of things going on this week. Certainly a busy weekend for us all, but Testing Grounds 4 is going to be rocking out on the 30th. That is, in fact, Friday. That is IPL's bi-weekly tournament series aimed to give teams and viewers a platform for finding and testing new ideas for tournament play. This is where the experimentation happens, right here in the lab. Signups are going to be open, and you better believe that some of the best teams are going to be showing out and trying to experiment against, again, some of the best that North America has to offer. So tinker around with your compositions a little bit, see what works, see what doesn't, and who knows? Maybe you'll stumble upon the next innovation in Inkling lifestyle improvements.
Or you could burn yourself on a Pop-Tart, which was like, or a cold Pop-Tart again that's been cooked and left out forever. Hey,
the world of science is a trepidous one, Popgun.
If we could go back to Pop-Tart commentary for just 1 minute, I like I like a warm Pop-Tart, but I could deal with like getting one straight out of the package and just eating it straight up. It's not really cold like room temperature Pop-Tart, but it gets the job done for me. But here we go.
That's honestly not a bad take.
Not a hot take. I don't think so.
Okay, that was just terrible. So I'm gonna your talking privileges are revoked. What I will say right now though is an interesting, let's call it interesting, substitution from FT Win. It's always a weird thing, like when you have a super sub coming off of the bench for certain teams, like when you have, say, I don't know, Gareth Bale and Real Madrid or something like that. It's always weird when you see a big name coming off the bench. Well, how about Keo coming off the bench for FT Win plus some subs?
Well, yeah, this looks like the original FT Win roster, actually, except for Zero, who is the quote-unquote king of North America Splatoon. I believe the first North American to get 3,000K solo queue points. So it's not like this is just some random sub they found. This is a pretty good team they have right here going up against Sonder. But I guess the question is, are they going to be coming out hot out of the toaster, or are they going to be more like a room temperature Pop-Tart? I guess we'll find out. Well, actually, in a mode like Rainmaker, especially one on this map where it can be over extremely quickly, they're not going to have time to waste, especially with that Sploo 7 coming out from Synapse as opposed to the 52 gal. So they're going to be going for a quick pop and try to do some damage really fast here, even though it goes to the side of FT Win.
Yeah, and that's a tough one, I feel like, especially if you're already if you're going down that quickly. That's it's always harsh. But they do get the first possession at the very least and put 16 points on the board, as Caden is going to try to increase the damage that they're doing. As missiles lock onto them, they're going to have to get scrambled and make their way out of mid. But that also presents opportunity for a flank, especially on Black Belly Skate Park. Ooh. Unless you're aware of it.
Yeah, exactly, which is, obviously something Biscuit has on their mind as they try to get a push going themselves. Lead falling here, that's not really the big deal. The big deal here is this flank coming around on the left side by the sloshing machine, the vanilla sloshing machine at that, even though it does get taken down there. A lot of points scored on this first push by FT Win, or as we see Sonder here trying to regroup and think what they're going to do with this Rainmaker here. Are they just going to let it reset, or are they going to try to pick it up and do something with it? And Caden, who is, even though you don't traditionally see a frontliner player pick up Rainmaker, Caden is one of the best Rainmaker carriers I have ever seen. It's almost like a main to him at this point, but does go down there. There's only so much you can do against 3 FT Win players swarming down on you.
Yeah, and that slosher is something that we've seen, that vanilla slosher is something that we've seen more and more in the past couple of weeks, especially in the hands of DJ, who's been doing so well just getting those picks with the suction bombs and providing support with the Tena missiles, just trying to scramble the backliners and making sure that no one gets too comfortable in those elevated positions. And of course, when you're a slosher the quality of DJ, you can never be too comfortable on an elevated platform. But this is, again, what we're seeing right here, this push coming from Sonder, trying to give them everything that they can handle and then some, but they're getting chased down a little too easily, being stalled out, and FT winning some subs. Don't let the name fool you. They are working like a well-oiled machine right now.
I think that's Keo, not. I think DJ is the other well-known slosher player. But honestly, these players have been changing their IGNs every other week.
I was talking about maybe past tournaments. Okay. Yeah, but you are right. Yeah, that is a fact.
So let's see, what do we got here? 2 players are down for FT Win. J99 is comfortably using that E-leader in mid. Caden trying to get a push going down on the left side. Stingray works out really well here, especially when the Rainmaker's in this position. However, FT Win goes with that traditional anchorless comp that they're known for. Very aggressive with Biscuit using the Nautilus, so no real Stingray to work with, but it's not really required or necessary when you can just get kills straight up with your main weapon, and especially as they do right there, stalling that push, at least for a little bit. as the Kinsa, what is it? The Kinsa machine goes down as well.
Biscuit coming through with that knot, taking out the Charger. It's so hard going forward if you're the Charger, finding those vantage points, and you really just kind of a limited line of sight there in that alleyway. So that's a tough spot to be in, and only 17 points on the board. Sonder kind of feeling the effects there as Zero is going to pop off as well. Biscuit doing more work and trying to establish a little bit of space in the midfield and keep that Rainmaker protected as it's going to reset into a sea of purple. And the response here is going to be crucial as we get down to under a minute remaining, Popgun.
Yeah, you know, it's there is kind of a, well, I was gonna say there is kind of a window here. If they can find a way to get a few picks, that would open up the door for S2, but it's actually FT Wins, the team that's getting picks here. Make that a triple by Kyo Chand XD.
Does that shock anyone though? Does that shock? No. Raise your hand if you're surprised, and if you're raising your hand, you're a liar. So this is kind of what we expected. Burt just pummeling damage through that alleyway. They're going to get chased out of there by the Tentamissiles, but I don't think they're hurting all that much. They can just kind of hang back and be supported. They're going to get the pick on Henlowo, and I think the idea here is to just make sure that you're not getting killed by the barrier breakage. They will get another chance at a push, and they will have a numbers advantage as the Nautilus goes down. I'm not sure if this can happen, but never say never, right?
Yeah, and this isn't the player you want with the Rainmaker. Maybe they do have a lot of swim speed on this build, but you kind of want that hammer pushing up. And unfortunately, they won't be able to pop the hammer with the Rainmaker in their hand. The K-Machine does go down, as what does the Rainmaker right there. So FT Win, they're not room temperature Pop-Tart right now. They seem to be pretty warmed up here. I wonder if they just did a scrim for the hour and 15 minutes they waited for this set to start. Oh my goodness.
Makes you want, I mean, who wouldn't want to scrim with FT Win, right? I mean, even if it is FT Win in some subs, it's just like, hey, you want to play FT Win? And you just kind of leave out the subs part. So that's cheeky stuff there, and certainly some great play all around as we saw Biscuit and Burt popping off, combining for 28 splats among them, and certainly the Ink Armors from Burt assisting with those pushes through that alleyway. You never really saw Sonder push the line of ink into FTW's territory. So something to be said about just how efficiently FT Win were controlling the battlefield all in all.
Yeah, and I mean they're just FT Win's just a tough team to beat. They're the number one team in North America for a reason, and it's because they're extremely difficult to get any kind of pushes off on them. And now we head over to Clan Blitz at Snapper Canal. I think we'll see the E-Leader come back out here again for J99. It's just going to be a matter of, can they get the picks that they need to help their team get the pushes going off here. Now, Sonder did have a pretty decent opening. I believe they were the ones to get a couple of picks. It didn't result in any points that ultimately redeemed nothing with the push they got going there, but at least the opening from Sonder was pretty decent last time. We'll see if they can match that great opening here at Clan Blitz.
It was decent enough, but I do kind of feel like as the game went on, you saw Synapse less and less. I kind of feel like maybe you sort of picked yourself out of the game there with the Sploosh 7 selection, and certainly they're feeling the same. Might have been feeling the same way as we're going to see the K52 be deployed here from Synapse as we're going to go to Clan Blitz on Snapper Canal, and I do like the switch off of Sploosh. Just didn't really seem like they were able to take charge of anything in the match at much. Seemingly at the mercy of FT Win after some point.
Yeah, the Sploosh was just a niche pick specifically for Rainmaker. A lot of players have been picking it up here. But it looks like it doesn't really matter what weapon they're busted out right now, because the FT Win is just imposing their will. Only one player has gotten a pick on the side of Sonder right now. And, okay, I'm about to say, there's no way this push doesn't continue to go. Two players do go down, so this push will stall right here, but already halfway to a KO is FT Win in the first minute, getting a quad extremely quickly. Man, they're ready to get back on to a rematch in Grand Finals here.
Yeah, they are playing with purpose, and right now it's Sonder that are kind of being hung up. Henlowo trying to get these splats with that machine and doing well to give chase to that Nautilus, and they are going to in fact back off, but they're not ceding control at all because you are backing in to some of the best players in North America. Biscuit is going to charge into their territory, pops the inkjet and gets one. They'll chase down another, has it in their sights. That's a 2v1. Assist the Slosher in getting that pick, and Zero is going to feast, and I think that was Keo as well on the K machine. They're going to get another barrier breakage, cut down into the penalty, and add on to the point total. They're past 75, looking for the knockout blow, and it could very well come if they get 6 more clams. Make a power clam, and it seems like Zero is going to try to stall. They're going to get a few more in. You get a split on Caden! Are you serious right now?
Oh my gosh, this is just beautiful to watch, honestly. It was a nice play there by J99 to pick up the power clam so that they can get a second. Oh, actually, they don't get a second one. I guess he didn't pick it up in the nick of time, so that's a little bit of fortunate situation right there. But here comes the first push from Sonder. They do get 2 power clams in. Zero kind of sharking up there in the snipe. Should cancel that splashdown and does. Get another pick as well. Last player, Synapse, stuck up in the ink wall, does get taken off. But hey, sneakily got a lot of points there in that one push. Oh, and a nice pick there by J99. That will allow Sonder to hold control of mid, at least for a little bit, so that they can have an opportunity to gather up more clams as they take down Zero as well. So they'll have a chance to gather up more clams to get another push going here. And with 2 minutes left to go, there's still plenty of time to form a comeback here.
Indeed, there is. It's 87 to 64 on the board at the moment. But if you are FT Win Popgun, what is your strategy here? You can't just sit back. Sonder is getting dangerously close on the board, and do you kind of let the score be what it is, or I mean, what's your plan for defense here?
Oh no, well, first off, you just got to stop the bleeding right here, which is going to be easy to do because they just took down 3 players. Synapse does have 1 clam to work with. That's not going to be enough to keep this push going. But yeah, what you're going to see FT Win doing here, as you see Bursty just throwing that a little.
Wow.
Actually, what? That counted?
Yeah.
Awkwardly.
Right.
Counted?
I mean,
okay.
that's you're kind of counting the frames there, kid, but that's that nozzle nose is going to go down. I don't think they're going to extend on it, but they do cut down on the penalty just a little bit. Just a quick little counter punch, and of course, when your basket's barrier gets broken, they cannot score back on you in that moment. Splashdown is going to be ineffective as Burt gets the assist, I think, on that particular splat. They're going to get a power clam and try to drive through here. They have numbers going forward. Biscuit is going to try to provide assistance, and they do. Going to get a double, and that's going to be another kill as they eliminate the penalty, and the knockout blow is applied, and that is a 2-0 advantage in favor of FT Win, and they have victory in their sights. Sonder, for all the effort that they put in, simply not going to be enough. The line of Biscuit on the Nautilus and Zero on that nozzle nose, just a little too much to handle.
You know, if we go back to that one throw, I think that was just spectator lag. Sometimes when we see things from the spectator cam, we see a lot of jank that's not in the actual game that the players are seeing. Because it looked weird that they were throwing the power clam at a completely empty basket, but I'm assuming on their screen they saw the basket was coming down right at the same time anyway. So that's what I'm willing to chop that up to. But to answer your question and to what FT Win actually did there was, it doesn't matter what the score is. FT Win is constantly trying to come up with a way to where they can just KO you. Regardless, they're not going to turtle up and wait for the other team to come back and upset on them. They're just trying to find a way to get the win there.
Yeah, so now if you're Sonder, I mean, it's not like you're playing poorly, not by any stretch of the imagination. Do you just kind of accept that you might just be outclassed and you're using this as a learning experience? Or What do you do to maybe get a game off of what many consider to be the best team in North America?
I don't know. Sonder's definitely coming into this with the mindset of trying to win. I mean, they've been playing enough of these top NA teams to kind of get that experience. Like, oh, this is fun. We get to play FT win. No, they're coming in this with like, we're tired of being the little brother to these guys. We want to try to find a way to beat them. It obviously easier said than done, but as we move over to Splat Zones at Art Academy, a map and mode that players really love to see in competitive here, this is going to be another difficult one to knock FT Win out of. And people are saying it wasn't spectator-like. I guess that could be the case. I personally have never seen the basket lower down and attack the power clans with that, so maybe it wasn't spectator-like, but still look weird to me as we see the teams ready up here. No more Nautilus. Ball point this time.
Interesting choice, and I do quite like it. It's you're trying to keep a relatively decent base, but you want to have that kill power and that stream going forward. Biscuit certainly providing their team with that as they're going to put down the point sensor on the side. Zero just kind of sharking, but is called out. And Lowo says, "You really think you're slick, don't you?" And Lowo is going to be caught into a 2v1, perhaps overextending, but it's the sort of play that they are willing to make, trying to establish control for their team, and they're going to eliminate this penalty and perhaps even get some numbers on the board, take an early lead, less than 1 minute into this matchup. Maybe not the most substantial of leads, but it's at least something.
Yeah, and we saw some really good synergy coming out there, and some really nice back-to-back picks by J999. But we've seen some really good. Okay.
Eno gets called out.
Somebody's just got their Pop-Tart out of the oven right there. And it's playing extremely hot. But we've seen some good synergy coming out here. Initially from Sonder, you see players working together to get picks. You see nobody's really going off on their own. So things are working out with their backs against the wall. Sonder has been playing extremely well in this opening minute and 30 seconds.
Yeah, and getting the counter all the way down below 50, and it's Synapse going to throw the Booyah Bomb. It's going to catch Zero, the follow-up there on the K52. Synapse has been so consistent on that weapon all night, and you can definitely see why they're one of the better ones in North America as they get the counter down. 80 points on the board, and they are not done. And Lowo trying to continue on with this effective frontline play, moving around, being a nuisance all around and trying to get splats on the zone. They do. It's a 2-1 advantage on the map, however, and eventually FT Win and some subs are going to take control back. Not before Sonder get 91 points on the board for themselves. That's authoritative push there, Popgun.
Yeah, and it's even more impressive. They just took down Zero on the ramp there. Oh, but lose their L3 player as well. This is FT Win, known for their lockout on this map. It's going to be extremely difficult for them to break out of. And with two players going down, even though they do stall zone, you see them doing a good job of containing Sonder to their plat here. Zero being very annoying on this side of the ramp before rotating back to mid here, as the points are just ticking away. But with one player going down, make that Biscuit's the player going down. Inkjet and Booyah Bomb coming onto the zone. It should be enough to cap it and hold on to the lead of Sonder. So, but they're not, even though they have zone here, they're not quite broken out of this lockout just yet, Stu.
Yeah, Caden threatening with that Inkjet, but sacrificing a little bit of personal glory for the greater good. That's going to be at least decent enough to try to take back zone. However, it goes right back into the possession of FT Win plus some subs as Biscuit comes up, trying to get a double here. Wound up flatting the ink wall and not much else. However, does get Henlowo and doing a little bit of work on that ball point, which was the weapon of choice for quite a lot of Splatlings going in to a few of those patches. Caden doing work again on that nozzle nose, and quite effectively as they try to cut down on the penalty. What more do they need here, Popgun? What's the strategy?
Well, they need to keep that same kind of synergy that they brought to the opening of this game. They need 2 players to take down Kyo right now, and they do just that. But they need to avoid getting wiped above everything else, because if they give complete control back to FT Win, I don't know if they can find a way to get out of a lockout a second time in this game against a very experienced team. So they need to get this KO right here and not waste any time, as they're already through their penalty points. 5 more seconds to go in here. Zero going down. So this is going to be a win, and a very hard-earned win for Sonder, as they avoid being eliminated or avoid being swept by FT Win plus some subs, as they now... they don't even up the score, but they do bring it to 2-1 and keep this set going.
Yeah, relatively even on the frags, maybe a little bit in the favor of Sonder, but those things came in at such key times. Those 4-3, 4-2 situations were ever prevalent in terms of keeping the advantage on their side, especially on that initial countdown when they were on the back foot for a little while there. Synapse and Kaden wind up counting for 11 splats apiece, and yeah, that's just a good team effort all around. Henlowo being a nuisance up front and making sure that that FT1 plus some subs were never allowed to get truly comfortable, and it kind of makes you wonder. I mean, if you're able to keep out individuals like Kyo and Zero and trying to keep them from imposing their will on this match, I mean, it seems like you can play with anyone. That might have been the shot in the arm that Sonder needed.
Yeah, like I said, this isn't... That victory Sonder got right there. If they end up losing this set, they're not going to be like, oh, we lost, but hey, we took a game off the FT Win, yay. No, they're coming in, once again, with the mindset of, we're tired of losing to these top dogs. We're ready to start beating some of them. And they're 2 games away from doing that. They got an uphill battle to climb. But if they can find a way to get a win here at Tower Control at Anchovy Games, when the slower mode that we just saw, this very slow Tower Control mode, and I think we're going to see FT Win come back out with the Nautilus as opposed to the ballpoint for this map, just to up the aggression. So it's going to be a question of, can Sonder now take this more aggressive comp that FT Win plus a sub is going to bust out here?
So now they're going to have to ride the tower on Anchovy Games, and it's again, we've seen this before. It is very crucial, and how you're going to see the emphasis put quite heavily on Josh, as it has been revealed to us it is. But we're reading the names on the screen. Deal with it. They are trying to establish themselves in mid, and this first splat is going to be so crucial as Synapse provides themselves with a splash wall. But yeah, that's the thing about sloshers. They go over walls pretty effectively.
Yes, and Kyo obviously knows how to use that weapon to perfection. As we see Synapse pushing way up there, and Zero surviving, staying on the outskirts of the Booyah Bomb, staying alive, and is able to put some pressure on the tower here, taking down Josh and getting an assist. So that will end this opening push by Sonder, and will give the whole middle of the field to FT Win, as they will get their first push going here. Biscuit pushing way up, gonna pop an inkjet and busted in somebody's face there, who wisely decides to back off, because it's a very difficult inkjet to survive against, as this first checkpoint will fall into the favor of FT Win.
I don't think Biscuit wanted to trade out of that particular situation, but I think it's something that they're just going to have to take, as Josh going to have to establish themselves on this backline yet again, but from a lower distance, getting pushed off of that higher ground.
Oh, Lord.
FT Win plus some subs, looking for the knockout blow here, and they've already got it past 70, and looking for more. There's just a sea of purple. No ink to be had here, as Synapse is pushed all the way back onto the piston, trying to get past this final checkpoint. They might well be successful, and indeed they are. Is this the knockout blow? Sonder, we're looking to step up, but they will be denied at the death, and that coup de grace by the K-Shot is how FT Win plus some subs reassert their dominance over North America, as Sonder will be sent asunder here in Losers Final.
Zero, the last player standing alive in the entire game. The one sub that FT Win and a sub is using being the last of all 8 players alive, stands on the tower and secures the win for FT Win. So now we are going into a grand finals who, according to my clock, Starburst has been waiting for 1 hour and 39 minutes for this match to get up and going. Again, that's just the nature of the tournament because there were literally 3 straight rounds of nothing but sweeps in every single game. Was gonna speed things up in the winners bracket, but finally we're gonna see how hot Starburst is against an FT Win team that is fully loaded and warmed up, fresh out of the toaster. And hopefully Starburst isn't stuck in some solo queue games, and we can go ahead and get this match going here.
Yeah, you would hope, right? But once again, folks, this 7th edition of Swim or Sink being brought to you by Inkling Performance Labs, and certainly like to thank you all for joining us alongside Popgun. I am Mazer, Stu, the announcer. Once again, it's just a pleasure to be able to do this for you week by week, and certainly understand that it's a sensitive time for a lot of us. Certainly a volatile atmosphere when it comes to things that are happening in the world, both politically and otherwise. So we just want to say that...
what kind of things?
I mean, there's certainly some happenings in Philadelphia that I won't expand upon. But it's just because when it hits home, it affects you a little bit harder.
Oh,
but I just wanted to say... just wanted to say we're all with you, and we're all in this together. And as long as we stick together and make sure that we're checking up on our homies, the little things that you do, checking up on your people, just even doing something nice for a stranger. You know what I mean? Like, just want to make sure that y'all know that y'all are cared about, y'all are appreciated here, and we appreciate you taking the time to take some moments out of your lives to enjoy the game that we all love. And I can't stress this enough. Popgun community, it's something that we can never take for granted. And when it comes to moments in time like this, I mean, it's community is more important now than ever.
Yeah, and you know what? I'm glad you kind of used the word community, because the Splatoon community really is wholesome. I know there's like 1 or 2 jackasses that try to ruin it for everybody, but if you look at the people that are actually putting effort into this community, the people that are actually creating great content and really helping push everybody together. I come from the lower level portion of this community. As you know, Stu, I focus mainly on low ink and teams that are kind of up and coming. The lower level of this community is just so wholesome. And everybody's just cheering for each other here. You saw some other players from Sayonara in this chat kind of rooting on FT1, or maybe they weren't rooting them on, they were at least watching. But the players actually care about each other in this tournament, and hopefully we do provide a little bit of a distraction from all the nonsense that's been going on in this world. And I guess that's enough preachy time on 11:45 at a Wednesday school night, as players are starting to join up in the lobby here, and we're finally going to get some Splatoon action, which is what you came here for.
Yeah, but this is I guess we all need our outlets, but yeah, just make sure you definitely matter to some people, and we just got to make sure that those of us who may not get as much of a break in society, they deserve to know that they matter too. So let's keep fighting the good fight, and let's see how these two wind up fighting each other in grand finals, as we're getting FT Win plus some subs, a sub as it is, going up against Starburst. And yeah, we were talking about Ant, I think was their name. We might just be calling them Ant, I'm not sure. But Jared,
this number person.
Yeah, this number person, whatever it is, they've been counted on to do some big thing in this tournament, and they have certainly not disappointed. And Jared, Bran, and Ice proven to be some nice complementing pieces. Ice, as much of a veteran as they are, this is a battle of 2 heavyweights, and their matchup in winners final certainly living up to the billing.
Yeah, we last tournament FT Win, or I guess they were back pink during that tournament. They only dropped 1 game throughout the entire tournament, including in grand finals where they got a sweep. I guess you have to win what is this? Best of 5, best of 7, whatever. So this is it's nice to see FT Win finally pick on somebody their own size here in Starburst to obviously beat them in winners finals. I didn't see that set. I know you commentated it, but whatever happened in that set doesn't really matter up to this point. We know we're going to get some really good top-notch Splatoon action in this grand finals here.
Yeah, but again, we're waiting for this to play out. If you're enjoying this, you're definitely going to enjoy Testing Grounds, because not only do you have some of the better teams in North America, and we are trying to build up pretty much everyone. It's not just a showcase for the higher class teams like we just so happen to have here on Swimmers Sync pretty much every single Wednesday here on twitch.tv/IPL Splatoon. But it's also on Fridays. We got the experimentation kicking up for Testing Grounds. That's where teams like to try out new things. It's IPL's bi-weekly tournament series aimed to give teams and viewers a platform for finding and testing new ideas for tournament play. You want to sign up, you best believe you got the information on our Discord, and you're definitely going to want to check that out, by the way. It's our Discord is definitely cool. I believe, can we use that link in the document? iplabs.inc/Discord. So yeah, join the conversation. A lot of the community goes through Discord, and we want to see improvement all around. And the thing is that we have seen so many teams step up and do their best against some of the best teams that North America has to offer. You know, the cream of the crop. Well, this is it. You are about to see in about 30 seconds time the stuff between FT, like so many teams being represented here, so many legacies being shown off at the same time, old guard and new, and certainly on a relatively new channel. But that does not take away from the level of hype that we are about to witness between FT Win plus some subs against Starburst. So whatever side you're cheering for, wherever you're watching from, certainly like to welcome you to some of the greatest shows, displays of showmanship that North America has to offer. Let's get splatting. It's time to open up this pit in Grand Finals here at the 7th edition of Swim or Sink. FT1 plus some subs against Starburst. Let's get splatting.
First off, kind of interesting, we don't see any blob obblers coming out from either team, which we learned in this tournament is obviously busted on this map and mode. But I guess no real surprise here. I guess one thing I noticed, having not seen these teams in Winter Finals, Ice is now back on their normal team. If you remember, Ice was playing with back Pink or the FT Win pickup last week, so we talked about how these players are very familiar with each other. It's not just because they always play against each other, it's because they're always playing with each other as well. As 3 players immediately going down from FT Win with Bursty being the last player to jump out there.
Yes, Starburst. I mean, what they've been providing might just be the icing on the Pop-Tart here. Let's just let that be the final Pop-Tart reference of the night. Can we try? Can we make an effort? Either way, this is Hurt trying to establish themselves on the front line, but they will be chased back. Zero will have no such problems getting in, aided by the Inkstorm, and on that and on those dually squelches, it looked like going to have the range to take care of at least the left half of zone, as Bert has been doing a lot of work on this junior as of late. But we'll see again, Zero getting taken down there. Biscuit on the Nautilus, as we are so familiar with seeing them. It's really just a matter of attrition here, but they are not able to get in on Jared and company, even though Jared gets taken out by the Stingray. This is pretty dominant thus far, what we're seeing here. 73 points on the board, and they might not be done.
Yeah, you know, Stingray is not really a weapon you traditionally see on a mode like Splatoon, but on a map like this where it's so long, you can just fire a Stingray right down the spine of the map, and you have arguably one of the greatest Stingray users of all time on your team. It kind of makes sense to just use the Stingray spam like C-Jet, even though ultimately 2 players do go down for Starburst, and that will cost them the zone. As FT Win is now finally getting themselves into position here to create a lockout situation, as it took them basically the entire 2 minutes to get anything established here, as we see Inkjet's Biscuit, or Biscuit's Inkjet, I should say, looking for somebody to get a pick on.
Sometimes the inkjet just takes over you. Like, it works through you. You know what I mean? You become but a vessel for inkjet. And certainly you can say that about Biscuit. So I get where you were coming from, Popgun. Don't worry. That wasn't lost on me. Either way, 55 points on the board and looking to extend that lead. Zero trying to get in and recap this right side of the zone, try to extend it. But they run into a 3v1 situation. Ice certainly handling that on their part. But the zone is going to be retaken anyhow, as the bubbles are going to come through for Ant. But still too much force with that sloshing machine, pushing back the rest of the team. And, man, the pain comes in waves as Slosher Brandon is just putting in a whole lot of work. And that's 89 points on the board. They're going to finally cut into the penalty, but not before FT1 plus some subs take on 80.
Yeah, Ant had to pop off 2 bubble specials in that little span there where the zone was stalled out before they could finally cap it. That's how badly FT Win wanted to hold on to it there. They didn't want to have to get stuck with all these penalty points. They wanted to find a way to chew through it and get lead right then and there, because they know they don't want to give back control to Starburst here, who is just, once they get control of the map, they've just been doing such a good job of locking onto it. As we see another player going down, Brandon using the elevation of the slosher extremely well up to this point, already with 9 KA, make that 10 as taking down the rival slosher in the Kinta machine is Brandon, but the zone currently in control of FT Win, and there's not enough players on the line as Brandon runs out of ink and has to retreat because of it. So FT Win will get control of zone here and control of mid, as Jared looking to build up some Tinta missiles here to help them get control of zone back.
Yeah, and it's just so interesting what you were seeing from Brandon, where they were able to combat Kyo quite effectively. Not an easy thing to do, but utilizing their position. And also, the fact that they were being made to hold on to the zone and charge up special twice, pretty much in the same position. That's not the sort of thing that you can do in perpetuity. That's the kind of thing that you need to have a whole team effort just to be able to make that happen. So utilizing their teammates quite well, and as FT Win plus some subs are going to try to cut down on this penalty and perhaps even take the lead. They have a 4-3 man advantage on the field right now as the slosher gets taken down. Brandon's going to have to spawn back in, but they're going to need another pick here. That's Stingray trying to drive people off of the zone. Bert is going to maintain it and try to cut down on the penalty even further, and that's the slosher down yet again. What is happening with Brandon as they are cutting down the bubble, trying to get popped, but it's being combated, and now the counter takes down for real, trying to get this, the recap on the zone. And however, that's with double, and that's 3 down, but they retake it, and they're not done yet. They are so close to getting this. They're looking for the recap, and they hold on by the skin of their teeth. You can't fight the whole ocean, but just call Starburst Poseidon.
You can't fight the ocean, but my goodness, the strength of an ant times 3. How did they survive that? They were the last player alive, just trying to keep their bubble from being popped by the enemy team. Find a way to pop a bubble and then just laser point to one player after the other and just take them down one at a time. Enough time for their teammates to spawn in and hold the lead there. What an incredible play by 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, aka Ant, on the foil squeezer. Wow. A very, very clutch play there.
I mean, seriously, popping bubbles there was Ant. It's just certainly a mighty performance from them at the very end to hold on. And yeah, when you're talking about what FT Win and some subs were able to do at the very end, it was so... It almost seemed like an assumption that you would have seen the FTW and some subs take that lead, but... Yeah, that's why you can never count Starburst out, even though
they did everything right. You seem like FT Win did everything correctly right there. They just Ant survived inexplicably in their own bubbles long enough to get, a triple or a quad? How does FT-Win not get that kill there? That's amazing.
It's so crazy because you saw Brandon trying to close things out, but wound up going in. I wouldn't say feeding, but really that was Starburst earning those. FT winning some subs, earning those splats at the very end on a very tough slosher. They wound up catching on to the strats on those elevated platforms, and wound up getting them into bad 2v1 situations and kind of forcing them to give up the ghost. So that seemed like it was all going their way, but of course holding on in that individual effort by Ant. 17-11 win splats by them in that last one. And of course that was 17 by Ice to lead the squad. And they're going to switch over to the Forge Pro as we are going to blitz it out on Humpback Pump Track.
Yeah, they popped off 8, 9 Stingrays with that C-Jet, and that was kind of a huge point as to how Starburst was able to win that last game on Splat Zones. But we've seen Ice bust out this Forge Pro a lot recently, and obviously Ant picking up right where they left off. 3 players going down, and those quick pop bubbles, we're going to see a lot of bubbles coming out from the Starburst team. If it goes the full distance here, as Ice pops their bubbles immediately as well, and a lot of points are going to come down here on the side of Starburst.
Giving themselves just a little bit more room to land. It seems like they're not going to be given any more clearance, even though they do have a numbers advantage. 35 points on the board to start this out as the opening gambit comes through in spades, we got to say, for Starburst. And yeah, quick pop bubbles gives yourself a nice little landing pad. 10 of missiles certainly helps out on the approach. Zero hoping that they can get just a few more things off of that. It looked like, I wasn't sure if that was a DC there, but no, it turns out that K shot was just they were just taking a little bit of a break, a forced one, admittedly, but a break nevertheless.
And we see the control of mid is kind of up for grabs at this point. It looks a little bit more green than anything, but with one player going down for the side of Starburst, that's exactly what FT-Win needed to kind of break the stalemate here. Biscuit looking desperately for a pick with that Inkjet. Doesn't look like they will get it. So both teams are just kind of in this awkward stalemate here, but Bubbles, as you see FT-Win surviving the Bubbles, and 2 players going down here. So here's looks like we finally have a counterpunch coming from FT-Win. Make that almost a quad as the tri-slosher here. We saw it work to great effect in the last set that neither of these teams played in, but obviously a really great pick here that has gotten, and another
great
power play
trade
goes in. So a huge lead. A huge push here for FT-Win, but we've just now crossed the halfway point, so there's still plenty of time for Starburst to make some action here, especially now that they're going to have control of mid, and plenty of paint to work with to build up those annoying bubbles that FT-Win just seems to have a hard time dealing with.
Halfway through, and it is 76-35. FT-Win plus some subs doing damage, and Zero, certainly no stranger to making their opponents pay. They're going to be made to, as they're going to continue this push. They have numbers going forward, and that is going to be Biscuit on the Inkjet. As dangerous as they're going to be, that foil squeezer is going to go down 4-3 on the map, and Keo is going to be made to get pushed backwards, as they want no part of that up close and personal. Biscuit getting the pick on Brandon in mid, and as they're trying to work out and scramble, what's the inroad here? They got it.
Well, yeah, FT-Win has full control of everything right now, and they're probably going to get this KO, which they are. That was collapsed on them extremely quickly. What I was going to say is that there are just no clams on the side for Starburst to pick up at all, and the reason why is because FT-Win just soaked them all up and made 3 power clams with it. So a nice response there by FT-Win. Doing a much better job of dealing with those bubbles this time around. I thought the bubbles would be a huge issue, especially since it didn't seem like they had anything in particular to counter it. But they did a really good job of dealing with it and keeping map control and getting all the clams they needed to get the KO there and tying up this grand finals at 1-1. Is this really back-to-back best of 7s? It is. Is it? It is. Oh, okay. Well, we're tied 1-1 in the first round of this best of 7.
You gotta love it. You gotta love it. And what we've seen thus far from FT Win and some subs is they were domineering in that one, utilizing their individual efforts and combining it with some pretty stellar team play and usage of specials. That's exactly what you need. And really, sometimes all you need is Biscuit just kind of threatening with the inkjet to make sure that you're staying away. As we saw Biscuit taking quite a few shots at distance, maybe not wanting to challenge up close and personal. And I'm not blaming them if you're not Pop Gun, but either way, you're going to have to try to challenge on tower control at Manta Maria. Especially, we saw just how easily a backliner can be taken out of commission on Manta Maria if they're not able to identify a decent enough position. Well, this is going to be a test for both of our intrepid individuals, as we're seeing Ice on the remix, and well, really, it's going to be FT Win and some subs trying to get up close and personal.
Yeah, if this was like March of this year, you would see ball points coming out from both players on this map and mode. It almost used to be a requirement. But now, Remix obviously a really good choice. You can still use your run speed to your advantage as 2 players go down for the side of FT Win. And make that 3 now, as Ice is now going to be looking to push up a little bit and get into position to where they can push this tower here. But Ice on the Remix, is something that it's a really smart pick for this map in mode, and is obviously something that's working out for them, at least in this first opening minute here.
Yeah, and again, strong action here, as we're seeing just a sea of yellow. Keo is going to be made to retreat here. Starburst just chilling, waiting for their spot, and the Tri-Slosher trying to retake mid. As they do retake the tower, and they will continue this push. Keo is going to be behind the 8-ball here, and that's troubling. However, it's Ice that gets taken down. Keo, yeah, you're pretty good at sharking and sneaking up on people. Certainly, when you put a Tri-Slosher in the hands of Keo, dangerous things are bound to happen. And certainly Zero there with the follow-up, taking out Brandon on Eastman.
I always just find it hilarious when the spectator cam goes to one person who's just chilling in squid form, waiting for somebody to cross their path. Biscuit pushing up with the inkjet here. The first checkpoint falls in the favor of FT Win, and they're about to make the second one fall here as well, uncontested. That is huge. That is a difficult checkpoint to get across, and FT Win is going to be in a good position with Keo pushed way up there, I say, right before Brandon takes them down. Brandon getting a double, actually. Make that a triple. So that should stall the push out right there, but damage done. Again, clearing 2 checkpoints here. That second one being very difficult to get across is going to pay big dividends for FT Win down the road.
Yeah, that fall-off shot, though, from Brandon, that's certainly nothing to shake a stick at. And now Jared going to try to add on to their 32-point total. They get that little jump in. Good movement from the frontliner. FT Win and some subs trying to make their mark on this one, but Jared is going to make it all that much more difficult as they're trying to retake the lead. Ice on the remix gets the kill there on Biscuit and trying to pass this checkpoint. However, it will be ridden back to midfield. Just a little touch there, and yeah, FT Win and some subs going to make this difficult. A domineering 76-40 lead at the moment, but you can never quite count out FT Win. Excuse me, Starburst, as they're not making it all that easy, trying to keep this sea of yellow in their favor and putting more points on the board. Not able to clear that second checkpoint just yet, however.
Well, there's a DC at this top, and I'm assuming, I don't know what the DC rules are for this tournament, but
not past 2
Yellow
minutes,
is still
30 seconds, I believe.
Well, Yellow is still playing here. Well, actually, I don't know if Ice is just... I think they're still playing here. That's going to automatically... Oh, wait, no, we see Ice jumping back now, so I think they... Okay, yeah, they're giving up. I was about to say, if they keep fighting, it's not going to matter what the DC rule is. But, yeah, they are giving up, it appears. So this will... Unless it got under a certain score, which, again, I have no idea what it is, but... It looks as though we're going to have a replay, unless we're not. I don't know what the rule is. We have a DC. There, how about that?
Yeah,
Let
that's
Keo's figure it out from there.
that's rough. But I'm not quite sure what the rules are specifically for DCs. I know that there's a certain time limit, and I know that there's a certain score threshold as well. So
Yeah, and it varies based off of what tournament, and I don't know. I don't know, so I'm just gonna wait for somebody to tell me what's happening. I would assume we're gonna get a replay because Starburst jumped out of the action there. They stopped fighting, which is what you have to do. You have to stop fighting if you want the replay to happen. Some people wonder why that is. It's because you don't get two opportunities. Like if Starburst were to somehow win that game, it wouldn't be a bracket reset. And actually, we are moving on here. So was that underneath the score? I guess it had to be underneath a certain score or something. Am I getting... The game will be finished if there's less than 2 minutes left or one team is under 50 points. So, okay, so yeah, they were well under 50 points at that point. So, but either way, Starburst jumping out, getting that game over with, probably will pay dividends in the long run. No need to kind of drag out a game that they're losing desperately in and then have one player go down as well. So might as well just get that game over with and move on to the next one. But, FT Win looked as though they were going to be in a good position to win that game anyways, DC or not. So no harm, no foul in my opinion.
certainly looked that way, but I mean, it's just you can never quite count out Starburst. They were it's not like they were playing poorly. They were down below the 50-point threshold themselves. So I don't know. It's one of those things that we're just going to have to leave up to the realm of hypotheticals, because we work in concrete facts here. And right now, as far as I see it on that scoreboard, it's FT winning some subs 2, Starburst 1, as we are going to make it rain yet again here on Anchovy Games. And what adjustments do you see coming out from Starburst as we approach this game number 4?
Well, we're gonna see Ice back on that Stingray spammer, the Sea Jet. I would be totally surprised if we saw something other than that. So that's really the key adjustment right there, is just shoving Stingrays right down FT Win's throat. And it's going to work out really in their favor if they can find a way to get an opening push that gives them a lead, so they can just kind of ride those Stingrays comfortably in a defensive position and just coast to a victory here. But first, they're going to have to find a way to get a push going and stop anything FT Win throws at them in this opening minute.
They do have 2 specials online, one of them being that Ink Armor, and certainly that Nozzle Nose is going to be good with that stall play that works so well here on Anchovy Games in Manta Maria. We saw just how good a Tenebrella could be. Certainly Nozzle Nose, you see that a lot in stall compositions as well. So now that Stingray is going to be popped, and just a shooting ray of green. Eventually it is going to they're going to have that Nozzle Nose taken care of. But yeah, that's Zero doing some work on the front lines, making life hell for their other fellow frontliners. They're going to drop down and shoot off the missiles. And yeah, this K-Shot has been putting in work, takes out Jared. They are eventually chased down from above, as they are simply not able to escape the fury of that Sea Jet, as Ice is going to deploy yet another Stingray. Brandon going to try to provide some support. Only 6 points on the board. That ain't going to cut the mustard, and Bert will eventually go down for their troubles. Brandon gets a splat on Biscuit on the Inkjet.
Cut the mustard? What? Okay, oh, well, it looks like we're in a 1v1
promise that's a thing.
We're in a 1v1 situation here. Is this I'm kind of confused on what side of the map it is. I think Kyo is pushed up here into the enemy side of the map. Regardless, they're now back in mid and painting up here, as the Rainmaker is kind of stuck in an awkward spot. There's no real place for either team to push it or to grab it. And honestly, 2 minutes have gone by, and one team has scored 6 points, and that's it. So this is both teams kind of filling each other out here. They don't want to get wiped. They don't want to make the one mistake that's going to cost them the game, as the Rainmaker will reset. So all these specials getting popped here, but there just hasn't been a lot of kills going on, so nobody has felt comfortable enough that there is a window to get a push going. But there might be a window right here as finally 2 players go down from the side of FT Win, and Jared looking to push up the fan.
And it's the 2 frontliners, too. That was the Junior and the K-Shot. Would have allowed a lot, just a sea of opportunity for Inkling and making sure that you not only controlled mid, but had paths going forward if you were able to get up onto that snipe. Keo goes down before they can deploy the Rainmaker. Now it's 4-1. They're going to push forward and get it past halfway. They might be looking for the knockout here. Brandon going to pave the path, and before the knockout blow is applied, Keo rejects him at the rim. A clutch play, but not before the serious damage was done.
I went from 0 to 100 real quick. And now with 2 minutes left to go, you can basically just let Ice get all the Stingrays that they need and just kind of coast this one out. So the question here is, how does FT Win get this win? First off, they need to put Ice down early and often. They don't need any more Stingrays coming out that's going to stall some pushes here. The second, they have a little bit of time to work with. Once again, you don't have to hit a home run all in one push like Starburst did right there. They can find a way to get the Rainmaker onto Starburst's side of the map. Maybe, actually with 3 players going down here, even though the Stingray is the last player alive, this will be a good opportunity not to get lead, but at least get Stingray on their side of the map so that they can try to keep players alive and get this pop and just inch it forward, kind of rugby style, but it's going to be difficult to do with 2 players going down though.
Oh yeah, it's a war of attrition, and now we see Zero going down. This might not happen as it gets chased all the way back to mid as the action resets. Gives
another
Starburst
DC.
a little bit.
Oh, but they got the lead this time around. This game is still counting. They're going to have to play 3v4 because this one's going to count.
They have no choice. Oh, that's just unfortunate though for Starburst. Oh my gosh, FT Win plus some subs. They now have light in their eyes. Zero is going to try to make this happen. You only have 3 targets to take down. You might as well go for it. Burt is going to swim up. They're going to be stopped, however, by that Inkjet, supported, of course, by that Jet Sculpture. You might as well just be a nuisance up close as Ice is going to have their signal scrambled. They're going to have to pop off on the Stingray, get as many splats as possible, gets Burt. And whoever dares to approach that Stingray gets 2, but they indeed lose the lead, and the knockout blow will be applied. Biscuit gets the job done, and you gotta risk it for the Biscuit, and FT Win are certainly going to be eaten good here at Anchovy Games by unfortunate circumstances nonetheless, as Jared wound up with the DC. But that is just one that, I mean, what can you do if you're Starburst here?
Get an Ethernet cable, I guess? I don't know. Do they have a sub? Can we go back to the roster? Do they have only 4 players active in this? I think they do. So it's not like, I don't think they have anybody that they can go with here. I mean, maybe switch lobbies like somebody's suggesting, or we read it, so it's going to take a minute. We read it up without the player coming in. We might be switching lobbies. I don't know, but yeah, these 2 straight games. It's been the same player, right? It's been Jared both times. That's been DC in here. So this is the worst time. Now, the one thing that's in Starburst's favor, they are coming in as from the winner's side. So if they lose, it's 2-1 right now. So if they lose this set, they still got a bracket reset to work with. But none of that's going to be relevant if they have to play 3v4 this entire time. And man, you know what really stings right there is that push Starburst had where they didn't get the KO. Because if they got the KO right there, this would be over. The fact that the game went long enough for the DC to happen, man, the Switch console itself really sucks. I'm sorry.
It's so apart from a Wi-Fi extender, what's the win condition here for Starburst?
Well, I mean, they've shown to be strong. Okay, so first off, there's more Rainmaker games to come on in this set. That's going to work out well. Obviously, they showed when they have all 4 players, they're going to be fine in Rainmaker. Splat Zone's Albacore Hotel, we might see more Stingrays coming out there. That's a pretty decent Stingray map. So you're kind of looking at where can Ice integrate the Stingray that's been helping this team in the 2 games they should have won up to this point. So there's still some wiggle room here for Starburst to redeem themselves. in these coming matches. As I guess FT Win is now in the lobby. We haven't switched hosts. It looks like. Well, no, actually, we're switching something here. So I don't know. It looks like we're gonna try to do something to get this, because this is it's an anticlimactic way to end things, but at the same time, Stu, it's 12 o'clock Thursday morning for you and me. We can't be doing this all night. We got to do something.
Speak for yourself. Yeah, sorry. Yeah, that got you real quiet, didn't it? But no.
What?
I'm just saying. Dude, it has been a wild set though. That is not to be disputed, Popgun, and it's a shame that okay, I think we're having trouble with our own lobby here. So we're
not the one hosting the lobby, are we? It's been FT Win up to this point, I think.
I believe you might be right. Either way, whatever the case may be, we are still rolling through. Right now, the score is 3-1 in favor of FT Win plus some subs. Starburst in very real danger of being reset here, but it's a rough situation to be in. I think if you are Starburst, because you're having to deal with the DC nonsense. How much is that in the back of your mind when you're playing these sets?
That's the most frustrating thing in the world, honestly. I mean, you could have really great internet and really great connection. Everybody DCs at some point, and I'm not like a hardware engineer or anything, but it just seems like something that's almost unavoidable at times. But yeah, I mean, for Starburst now, whenever they get a huge lead, in the back of their mind, they're always going to be thinking, oh, we might need to get this KO right now, or try to play for a KO, because we don't know if we have another DC coming and we lose the game. Now, to their credit, even though they did give up on the tower control game, that's not going to count as a replay, so they still have like one replay to work with over the course of this set, or at least I'm assuming, because once again, I'm not going to claim to know the rules. But I mean, that's something they can kind of use. But I mean, if the score gets too low, at that point, you're in it to win it. At that point, no turning back there. We finally joined a lobby. It looks like we switched hosts. Starburst is the one hosting now. So maybe that will affect things for the better. But yeah, Albacore Hotel 3-1 FT Win up to this point, trying to force a bracket reset.
Yeah, we are all the way past the midnight hour, and we were talking about how quickly this bracket has gone by. Well, when you're talking about the unstoppable forces meeting the immovable objects, like we're talking about with FT Win and Starburst, there's something to be said about just how true that notion can be, and it really might just be a war of attrition up to this point. Something is going to have to give, and one might just break upon the other. Whether it happens here on Splat Zones, a new Albacore Hotel, or later on in the set, well, that remains to be seen, but it is a daunting task that Starburst has ahead of themselves if they are to take this set before reset happens. They're going to have to take Splat Zones, Rainmaker, and Tower Control, the three classic ranked zones. They're going to have to do it in succession against one of the better teams, one of the better sides that's really ever graced the Swimmer Sync tournament stage.
Yeah, and honestly, I hate to keep bringing this up, but it's kind of true. The real win here for Starburst might just be if this game can go 5 minutes without somebody DCing. Even if they lose this one, they can go into a bracket reset with the knowledge of, hey, we're playing fine. It's just outside issues that's kind of kept us from winning at this point. But if they can get some peace of mind that all the issues that they kind of can't control, kind of can't, are over with, and they can just play their game, I think they would be fine in a bracket reset. But obviously, oh my God, are you serious? This is somebody else now. This is not even Jared this time. It was Brandon.
Oh, wow, it's Brandon. Yeah, so, all right, we are going to get this sorted out, and it's...
Now, once again, they haven't used their and somebody in our behind the scenes thing, call me out if I'm wrong here, but I'm assuming they get one reset that they're allowed to use. So I think they will be allowed to redo this one. But yeah, it's the same team, but a completely different player now. So, and yes, FT Win is coming from losers, so this would be a bracket reset. As we see Biscuit trying to break through the force field there, obviously want to hang out with their buddy Ant. Bert can't really get in either. As we see Ant looking up to the sky. Don't stare into the sun, buddy. It's going to burn your retinas out. Okay, there you go. Much better. As we see Ice and Ant's hair is on fire there. They do have specials ready if they choose to use it. It doesn't look like they will in this game. Will go to FT Win. At least initially.
So this seems to be the case, and well, that's yeah. Something tells me this is going to be a replay. So we're just gonna get back to this and see how these two teams stack out. As Brandon did a good job not being bottom of their side there, despite the disconnect. But that's we're not gonna hold that over Jared's head. I don't think.
Are they back in the? They're not even back in the lobby. My goodness. Okay, yeah. So that is going to be a replay. So that will be their one replay. Did just get used there. So that game's fine. But I'm assuming every DC up to this point is just you're just gonna have to play it out, which Stu, how you doing? What are your big plans for today, this Thursday that you and me have found ourselves in?
Well, my plans for this Thursday, I'm doing what I usually do actually, in commentating a Smash tournament. I commentate two esports at the moment. Well, 3 if you count Mario Kart, but I'm gonna be doing that over on a tri-state stream. I'm from the Philadelphia area, and Philadelphia is part of the gaming tri-state sphere. That's New York, New Jersey, and Philly. So yeah, we just kind of hang out and we play Smash, and we invite players from all over the world. And that's over at our. I don't want to plug the stream here. I feel uncomfortable doing that because they don't know the guys, but. Yeah, it's a tournament called DNA, and it has some really cool people in it, and proud to be part of the Smash community, and as well as Splatoon.
I also saw K-Bots in the chat now, so you and me have to actually be serious, or else Daddy's gonna yell at us again. And it looks like Brandon has joined the lobby, so we're gonna attempt to get you guys some Splatoon action. If this doesn't work out, then our lovely producer, Ink Fair, is going to give you guys some solo queue action, and we're just going to go from there. That's what I'm getting from my intel, at least.
Right on. So yeah, you want to talk about the need for Ethernet cords? Let's talk about Smash tournaments. But either way, Ice and Kyo are going to deliberate on their choices. We know that Ice is going to go for something that shoots very far, I think, is going to be a safe assumption to make. Pop Gun, as we get set here for game number 5. This is going to be Starburst trying to secure the status of grand finals as opposed to a reset, which FT Win and some subs are going to, well, they're going to be fighting like hell as we take a look at the compositions. And yeah, the C-Jet coming out from Ice. You better believe that Stingray will be looming large with those 2 special charges.
Yeah, in the Rapid Blaster Pro, we saw Brandon ready up with that. I didn't know if that was the weapon they actually wanted to go with, or they just DC'd in the lobby. But no, that's the and that's a good pick here. I believe that is the one with armor, the long range that we see as Biscuit coming out. FT Win. Getting a couple of picks, Ice being the last player left alive, does have Stingray ready to use it. I don't think they realize KO is right there, but does get a nice pick. But yeah, the Rapid Blaster Pro is not a weapon you see very often, but it really works out well in a map like this. And we'll probably get a situation to see it right now as Starburst gets control of zone, and Starburst has a ink armor to work with that Rapid Blaster Pro.
Yeah, Jared, this is them and Ice trying to get some flank action going, or at least limit the movement options of FT Win and some subs. They're trying to push in through the right side of their spawn, and they're doing more than okay in terms of cutting down that lead that they have. They're more than halfway. Home. Now is Burt trying to work their way in and trying to secure the zone for Team Pink. And now is Burt's trying to assert their dominance here. Certainly in the zone itself, is just utilizing everything that they can. It's just a deluge of pink ink coming out of that end zap, as to be expected. But Brandon, with the range that they're providing, could definitely see the numbers game getting tipped in their favor pretty quickly if they're trying to bunch up like this.
Yeah, and we do see control of the entire map as Jared is kind of sharking here on the other side of the terrace, looking to get a pick and try to keep FT Win away from the zone. However, the Rapid Blaster Pro of Brandon does go down, and if we could get these clouds out of the way, we could see what's actually going on. It looks like zone does get flipped into the favor of FT Win as 2 players go down. However, Ant does have bubbles ready, which is a very scary thing, as we've seen Ant be extremely annoying with those bubbles. And just as I say that, they go down before they can even get popped.
Burt hanging on to the zone, and now they are past the 50-point mark. So as it stands, it is 60 to 63, but that is going to change real fast as they retake the lead. And Ice trying to reestablish themselves on the zone. They're going to get the Stingray, try to clear the club out, and 1 will go down. Might just be 2. Burt falling victim to that as Jared and company are going to retake the zone. They're trying to make this 3-2, and could be easier said than done, especially with the way that FT Win and some subs are playing right now.
Yeah, and the penalty points are already going to disappear for Starburst as Biscuit does go down. So this looks like a good situation for Starburst to get control of the lead if they can just hang on for just a little bit. Actually, 2 players do go down at an unfortunate time off screen. Must have been a flank by Kyo coming around the backside there, using the Vanilla Pro of all things. But almost got a nice pick there as well. But a nice play there by FT Win. It looked like for sure they were going to lose control of the lead, but ultimately they were able to stall it and put penalty points right back on Starburst as we head into about 1:12 left to go.
Jared now. Yeah, on those dually squelches, they've been proven to be quite the annoyance and rolling around trying to avoid those shots from their opposition. And yeah, they're not going to take down the counter any further, only able to cut down in the penalty, and that is it. And get 2 additional ticks onto the board. Less than a minute left to go as Zero has been just a force on the squelches themselves.
Yes, and it looks like they're about to eat through the penalty points, but a lot of specials online, and this Stingray is going to be huge. The rain coming out as well at the same time is going to get Biscuit caught in kind of this awkward spot, who eventually does go down. To the Stingray or rain, doesn't really matter. They combine together really well, and this is going to clear out a lot of players, but an unfortunate slip into the water, and that should be enough. Oh, actually, no. Ice stick it up. Can Ice get another kill? No. Players are just dying left and right. An unfortunate situation. So many squids going swimming right now. You guys can't swim. Oh,
this
FT Win.
Oh, no. This is why you don't run in a poolside, man. That is exactly it, and you just wind up hurting yourself. That is going to be FT Win and some subs, taking it by a score of 89 to 77. The bracket resets, and just like that, it's a whole new ball game. Ice was able to establish themselves with 10 splats leading the field, but the top 2 fraggers on the other side combining for 21. That was Biscuit and Zero. And what did I tell you? Those dually squelches in the Nautilus providing just enough range. Maybe not the most, but just enough to make their presence known and certainly dictate the pace of the match.
Now look, Starburst just got bracket reset, right? They only won 1 game. But once again, the real takeaway here, this is a win for Starburst because they went through an entire 5 minutes, no DCs, no issues whatsoever. So they can go into this resetted match with the peace of mind, not having to worry in the back of their mind if another DC is going to happen. They know that if the disconnects didn't happen, that last set would be completely different. So they can erase everything they just did. We're starting with a clean slate, best of 7, in this Game 1 Clam Blitz at Snapper Canal. The real question here is Ice going to go back to that Forge Pro, which FT Win seemed to deal with that comp a lot better versus the Stingray they've been throwing out up to this point. Or will Ice go back to the C-Jet on a map like this? But once again, I think Starburst is going to be fine mentally heading into this bracket reset, knowing that they're still capable of winning this one.
Yeah, I mean, it's something that they're going to have to pull themselves together from, because FT winning some subs, they were coming into this thing just absolutely white hot, and it's something that they're going to have to carry forward and win 4 more games on a very capable team in Starburst. Just that you look at the roster, it's monstrous what they're capable of bringing to the table. As we're going to Clams on Snapper Canal, we saw just how well they've dominated on this map before. The question is, what do they need to pull out here against FT Win and some subs? We're going blitzing in the canal yet again, and well, this time the stakes just a little bit higher. Ant is back on the foil squeezer. Better believe they're going to be trying to pop some bubbles like they're J.R. Smith after the NBA Finals, and we're going yet again. Yeah, was that a good reference? I don't know.
I got you. I
know you did, bro. I know you did. I'm just trying to make sure the rest of the chat's got it.
Now, we did see Ice on this map and mode last week use the Forge Pro, and it looks like they are going back to the C-Jet here with Stingray. So a little bit of a switch here, and obviously getting an early pick there with the Stingray on Biscuit. The Nautilus is going to open up the doors a little bit as we see Brandon here, the Crapid Blaster, but the last player left alive doesn't really know where to go with the baller. But if there is one thing to take away here, Starburst does own more clams in the current clan economy, if you will, and that will give them a little bit of something to work with here.
Yeah, I mean, sometimes you gotta love it at the very end when you're just throwing clams off the cliff, presumably to stave off clam inflation. It's tricky stuff, this clam economy. That's why I don't trust the reserve. Either way, Biscuit going to be on the Inkjet trying to get these picks, and indeed does get Brandon. Zero's going to go down. They're not really able to capitalize individually. The barrier breakage is going to come through as Bert is there for the follow-up right around the boards. Gets Jared and is going to take care of that Paraclam as well. One more gets piled in. 32 points on the board. I think this push might be stalled out here, but you never know. They are fighting right by the basket, and indeed, the barrier is going to go back up, but they are still alive and kicking, and the line is very much in the favor of FT Win as they are trying to push back. And Brandon on this Crapid Blaster going to struggle to find position here. This is just a well done effort thus far, and on the part of FT Win some subs. Brandon just kind of getting scrambled a little bit, going to have to rely on these ballers for a little bit of protection, and really just trying to stake out their own territory with that with the rolling.
Yeah, Starburst just seems really uncomfortable right now. The map is completely orange. All the clams are on the side of FT Win. Make that about 30 clams to just 3 in a mercy for Starburst, and 2 players going down. FT Win basically able to do whatever it is they want to do up to this point, and it's given them a pretty huge lead here as we just cross the halfway point. We see KO on the K Pro as opposed to the slosher they've been using up to this point, and making some really nice money moves there, getting a pick on Jared before Ant comes in to break up the party. But Brandon gonna have to find a way to keep Ice alive as Biscuit's coming down. Biscuit does get the pick, but Ice gets another pick as well to forcify the trade. But once again, it seems just like Starburst, the story so far is that they can't find a window to push through at this point. And Ice trying to find someone to merc with the Stingray doesn't quite work out there as a flank comes around by Keo once again. FT Win just doing whatever they want to do at this point.
Yeah, and they are just rolling around at the speed of sound, no less. just not really trying to follow their rainbow. They are putting their destiny in their own hands. That was a bit of a forced Sonic Adventure 2 reference, but I'm living with it. I'm cool with it. Zero is more than cool with the situation at hand right now. It is 62-0 right now in their favor as we are approaching the final minute of play. Zero is going to launch off the Tenna missiles, trying to scramble the Jets yet again as they're going to get a pick on Jared, eventually falling prey to some missiles themselves. 3-2 on the map, and if Starburst is going to make it happen, they're going to have to do so here.
Yeah, this is the window. It took him 4 minutes to get to this point, but and Brandon tried to pop the baller after throwing, but immediately gets canceled by Zero, a frame-perfect cancel, basically, and that's going to stall this push. If that baller had gotten off and had rolled around there and caused a little bit of a distraction, that could have been enough for Starburst to find a way to get more power clamps in there. So a nice stall there by FT Win to stop this push, and wow, that really could have been the only opportunity Starburst could have gotten. However, one player does go down, and there are a lot of clamps on the side of Starburst, so things are starting to shift into their favor before a random suction bomb takes off. Ant on the back end there, in this Stingray is going to be done as well. So now, they do have a baller ready, so this might be enough for Starburst to get something to push with here. And it's really going to come down to this final last few seconds here. But, God, with 2 players down, it's just going to be really difficult.
Yeah, I mean, they're going to get walled out pretty effectively. You're seeing all hands on deck. However, the K-Shot goes down, and Brandon trying to make this happen. Almost single-handedly, Jared hanging out in the corner, going to be in a 3v1 situation as Ink just rains down upon them. They are not going to be able to get in. And just like that, FT Win and some subs are going to go up 1-0 in this reset. That is quite the series of events thus far for them, as 62-20 is the final score of this one. And try as they might, they simply cannot catch a break, even with Ice doing work on that back line as people were approaching the goal. The combined efforts from those players up front, certainly Zero and Keo, making their presence known. 10 splats among them. And Keo putting the K in K-Pro and doing some pretty awesome amounts of work with nary a Booyah Bomb to be had, interestingly enough.
Yeah, if you just looked at the KAs, which you shouldn't, as we've seen time and time again, don't really tell the full story there. You would think that this was a more even game, but as we saw that, the map was completely in the control of FT Win for virtually the entire game. The clan economy heavily in their favor as well for virtually the entire game. There's only one opportunity for a push, and it could have been a little bit better if Zero hadn't stepped up and made a great kill on Brandon as he was kind of morphing up into his ball there. But yeah, if you're FT Win and you forced a bracket reset to get to this point, and you come out and you win that game in the style that you did of 5 minutes of basically controlling the map, that could set the tone for the rest of this bracket reset here.
Yeah, and I mean, this is one of those things you wanted to come out strong if you were Starburst, and you had the opportunity to do so, and then FT Win and some subs simply said, nah, this is our set. We reset it for a reason. You're playing our game, and now it might just be their time to take their place among the stars on the main stage as we get ready for game number 2 here. Biscuit getting back onto that Nautilus horse that they have ridden for so long. As we take a look at the rest of the compositions, Ice going back down to the Bamboozler as well.
And yes, I can sing WAP, but you haven't been good enough yet for me to do that. Yeah, a Bamboozler coming out really interesting here. Well, I guess not interesting if you know Ice, but it's at least something we haven't seen up to this point in the Grand Finals. As we do see Brandon trying to get a flank here. Just sticking with the Rapid Blaster Pro. It was interesting. It made sense to see it at Albacore Hotel. It's even more interesting to see it here as you see Burst getting right up in the face, which is how you counter a blaster with range like that. Get as close as possible and just hope they don't hit their direct. So here comes the opening push by FT Win. They have all the players they need alive, and Even though missiles will slow this down a little bit, it should be enough to get past this first checkpoint.
And Biscuit doing all the work that they possibly can to make this happen. It's good stuff on the Inkjet trying to push that line forward, and 55 points on the board. They're only going to add to it. Not a numbers advantage, but there may well be one if they keep this up. However, the NZAP goes down. Not going to be able to push this Ink line forward, as Zero is going to hide out and try to get a kill. However, getting rained upon with the blaster, just able to get out and super jump back to the tower, try to get a touch on it. And yeah, 58-1. That's a pretty decisive advantage, though. Getting past that second checkpoint is going to be the true test of strength here.
Yeah, and once again, well, I was about to say, once again, FT Win kind of doing what they want to do, but 2 players going down make that 3 as Biscuit's Inkjet lands here. So we've talked about windows. Here's Starburst's first real window, and it comes 2 minutes into the game. They need to get something out of this. They don't need to get lead, but they need to at least clear this first checkpoint if they kind of want to save face here and put some pressure on FT Win. Because right now, FT Win just looks way too comfortable as you see Zero pushing up into the enemy street, getting a trade. Ant's bubbles, which have been very annoying earlier in this set, do get a nice pick there on Biscuit, it looks like, as Bursty starts to retreat. So, once again, the stage is set for Supernova to get an attempt off at clearing this first checkpoint. But they're going to need to find a way to do that. Supernova, or Starburst, I should say. What did I say? Who said that? Go on.
Yeah, it said what? I didn't hear anything.
There was a voice in my head, yeah.
Yeah, that's me every night. Sorry about that. Anyway, Ice trying to deploy these splash balls and doing so quite effectively. Not really able to get any shots of deathly consequence off. Just trying to ink whatever they possibly can with those quick shots of the Bamboozler. Biscuit going to get the pick on Jared, who gets a little too aggressive, and Ice sticking their head out of the ground. Biscuit, that is more than ample room to get the shot in on the Inkjet, and though they go down with Ice on the Bamboozler to follow up, Keo getting a shot there with the K machine. This is a pretty close matchup. It might just be, again, who blinks first towards that second checkpoint.
Yeah, and this is the first time we've seen I keep calling them Supernova. Man, my brain is falling asleep here. Starburst had a really nice push there. They didn't get lead, but it doesn't matter because they cleared the checkpoint.
If you think about it, Starburst is just another way to say Supernova.
Yeah, we got too many space teams that start with S's at the top level here.
It is literally a Starburst.
But here we go. There is the blink by Starburst, as this checkpoint will fall in the favor of FTW. That's a very difficult checkpoint to get across, as Biscuit does go down in Inkjet form. But still, that was a good push there by FT Win, and I'm having so many brain parts. Take over here for a second, Stu.
It's all good. Yeah, we can talk about Burt trying to establish that midfield control. However, Ice looking to push back there with that some solid Bamboozler play. It was looking like, though, they get taken care of. 3-2 advantage. Make that 3-1. That's a full team wipe. And Burt is going to try to push this tower forward. Not sure how this will translate on the scoreboard, but they're going to build up special. That Nautilus certainly has that Inkjet ready as we go down to the last 10 seconds. As we see Zero hanging out up on the snipe, looking to rain chaos from above. That is going to be a full team wipe yet again. They will have no shot to defend. And just like that, 2-0. They are shining on the main stage in the shadows of stars. And that is a decisive 82-56 victory. Just chaos as soon as it got to that second checkpoint. Biscuit, the king of it, as they got 13 KAs on the round.
Yeah, and it's you gotta start to wonder as we do get later into the night or into the morning, I guess, depending on where you live. Is Starburst starting to run out of gas? You know, we talked about the long wait they had to do before this set could even get started. And then when the set finally got started, the DC issues started to roll in. So there's probably a lot of frustration on the side of Starburst here. And now that they're down 2-0, going up against arguably the best team North America has to offer, an FT win with some subs because they're tight like that. But you got to start thinking, where can we get that one win? Because winning fixed everything. So if Starburst can just get that one win, that might change the mentality for them. And once again, I sound like a broken record, but it's going to have to come from behind the very powerful Stingray that Ice gives out. Now, keep in mind, the last time we saw these two teams play on Rainmaker, it was very heavily into the favor of Starburst. It just, the DC at the end coughed up the lead, or forced the lead to be coughed up at the end there. So if they can keep all four players alive here and then just coast out those Stingrays, Starburst can get a win here and then change the mentality going forward.
Yeah, so we're going to try to make it rain on Sturgeon Shipyard as we are going into game number 3. Starburst, they need to stop the bleeding as ASAP. And as Biscuit going to risk it, going up towards midfield and getting that splat onto Ant. Well done in keeping that reticle steady as a rock. And certainly the bedrock of Biscuit's Nautilus play has been a solid foundation for this team to be building themselves upon. They're going to take an early lead.
Yes, but this is, with two players going down here, there's a great opportunity for a counter push. It just really depends on where Starburst chooses to take this Rainmaker. And as soon as I say that, 3 players go down, so this is going to be FT Win's push to continue as opposed to Starburst's push to get started. So they get up the ramp there, and okay, so the push is finally over at this point, and not too much damage done there. 56 remaining isn't really a comfortable score to have on this map, especially it kind of depends. It looks like they're setting up to take a left. They do make the jump. Can the Rainmaker just round the corner there? It's not, so they don't do enough to get lead. Not that lead particularly matters at this stage in the game, but they could have set up for a staggered push that would have gotten them a lot of points down the road there. But ultimately looks to be stalled as, well, actually now players are starting to come back in. If Ice can get a pick or two with the Stingray, this could be a pretty dangerous push here, actually, as we do see, wow, so how about that? Brandon picking it up and using the little sliver of blue to get a huge lead. That is something you can win with on this map.
Yeah, and that's a big push to come out of the gate with, especially as you got staggered up and stalled out. Kyo making themselves enough of a nuisance on that elevated left side to stall out the push. Zero going to try to make themselves a nuisance. Going to get Ant with the bomb kill there as Biscuit takes the skies with the Inkjet. They're going to try to go up straight down Broadway as Bird is carrying this and utilizing that frontline movement technique that they're so known for. And yeah, you can't really substrate with the Rainmaker, but nevertheless, they are trying to push up, and they have 75 points on the board, but they're going to keep going here. That's a lot of ink that they're applying. They're going to try to keep this push extended. However, it's going to be Starburst getting the kill. Kyo is able to maintain that line and get the Rainmaker back out of the hands of Starburst, who maintain this 77-75 lead. Jared inking the right side like their lives depend on it, and really this viability of their tournament lives could very well depend on the results of this match.
Man, Starburst is really lucky. They got away with one right there. The last player left alive for them was Ice, which is the last player you want to keep alive because they could have Stinger ready. But somebody pushed all the way up and killed Ice, and now they're looking to get lead here. But the Stinger is coming out, but it's coming out in a horizontal way. Oh, but it's just enough to tickle the Rainmaker to death there. Inkjet's coming out. We got an Inkjet 1v1. Biscuit being the last player left alive. I don't know. Kyo is trying to jump in, so they don't want to grab it just yet. And look at the toxic coming down. That is huge. Even if they were to pick it up, it would be extremely difficult. But Biscuit getting so many key kills, and it's still not enough. Are you kidding me?
They are raining in the shots from all sides, and they are relentless. They will eventually get the lead. Looking for the KO, and they got it. 3-0, and FT win, and some subs have Starburst right on the brink.
Starburst sold all 4 of their souls to the devil to keep that lead, and it still wasn't enough. FT win just throwing every single body they had up at the fight. And you know what? Credit to them to getting up into Ice's face and putting a lot of pressure on the Ice. It seemed like every time they were getting close to getting lead, somebody was going up there to try to cancel that Stingray before it came out. Eventually, a Stingray did come out to shut down a push initially, but once that Stingray was gone, there wasn't going to be anything else left to stop them from keeping that push going. And really, the huge key there is that they didn't get wiped at any point during that. They did get wiped initially in that first push, but they never got the Rainmaker reset. So what that means is when they were able to get another push going and players were still staying alive, somebody could just keep jumping in. That's that staggered push I've been talking about, just kind of a war of attrition, and the war was eventually won by FT Win there. And now Starburst facing a reverse sweep, and man, what do you have left in the tank at this point? You got to find something.
I mean, you weren't able to retake your own zone. You weren't able to retake your own spawn. They had, there was just a sea of green going forward, and even though you had some very clutch kills from Starburst who were able to provide a little bit of resistance, the fact that Biscuit was able to traverse up so easily and get the doubles where they were able to, really just kind of concentrating your entire offense into that one area on the snipe leading up to your goal, that speaks so much as to how just how dominant FT Win has been going up these ramps. And Zero, the assistance that they've been providing on the front line certainly cannot be understated, able to scramble the Jets a little bit and eventually have that defense on the higher ground as they were just kind of forced up there. So it all comes together for them on Rainmaker, and now if Starburst wants to stay alive, they're going to have to control the zones at Skipper Pavilion. It's a big map to have to control, but maybe it provides them with just a little bit of a slowdown. We have seen the knockouts here before, and it will be Biscuit, Keo, and company trying to do so. No double Nautilus this time. We're seeing just that single Nautilus 75 and Keo with that vanilla slosher that we have seen them do so much damage on over these past couple of maps, and they are going to take the advantage very quickly, 2-3 on the map. However, they do get Jared and Zero again making their presence known on that K-shot.
Yeah, this match started off with 3 players from FT Win going to the top there, as we see Keo going, and just Ice. So Ice got into an awkward 3v1 and immediately got snuffed out, and that kind of opened this door for this FT Win avalanche that's been going on here and hasn't stalled, even though 2 players are going down. So, okay, so now the push will be stopped. The interesting thing here is, how is Ice going to use the Stingray effectively on an awkward map like this, where it's not really symmetrical and teams are spawning in, not north and south from each other, east to west, and I guess it doesn't really matter if the Inkjet picks you off before you can fire a Stingray. It's 3 players going down now. I believe we saw the last player jumped out. They are behind the screen. They'll need those 10 missiles if they want to stay alive in this one.
Yeah, thus far 42-22 as they eventually will have the penalty expire on them, as Burt has been looking to establish themselves as the king of the turf with that Splattershot Junior, and thus far has been quite successful. Has the counter all the way down below the 67-point mark, and they are certainly not done trying to push in with these missiles. Is Starburst, however, simply have not been able to do so, and counting down even further all the way to the 10-second mark. It looks like this could be all she wrote for Starburst, as it is simply swallowed up by a black hole that is known as FT Win 4-0, and you can stop the clock at 12:54 Eastern Standard Time. FT Win crown themselves the 7th Swim or Sink champions.
Yeah, and you know, I hate to bring this up, but it's So true, ever since those DCs happened, this entire Grand Finals set has been switched entirely on its head. So it's unfortunate that things outside of the player's control affected the set the way that it did. But at the end of the day, everything was clear for that set. There were no connection issues whatsoever. Switched lobby, everything was fine, and FT Win just came out. FT Win just came out more prepared and more ready. Probably a little bit more mentally ready to deal with that bracket reset than what Starburst was. But I mean, once again, you're talking about it's about 1 a.m. on a school night. Both teams have been waiting. A lot of factors play into it, other than just lining up and playing against each other when the clock starts. But ultimately, FT Win once again. Another $100 or $25 per player that they get to use on the college campus this weekend. That should be enough to get them maybe one cheeseburger and a side of fries. So, congratulations once again to FT Win there.
Yeah, that'll get them like a whole 5% of a textbook. Are you kidding me? That's nuts.
There you go.
Yeah, so that's either way, they're going to be your 7th Swim or Sink champion. Certainly like to thank you all for joining us here at twitch.tv/IPL Splatoon. We will see you here tomorrow, technically, for testing grounds. And it's
yeah, I guess you're right. Yeah.
You gotta love how time works. But until then, be sure to follow us on Twitter at IPL Splatoon for all your updates. Popgun is right down there at Mr_Popgun. Inkfarer is on Twitter as well. Follow them at Inkfarer, I believe, _. If I'm mistaken in saying that, I gotta make sure of that. Hang on a second, because I want to make sure. Because this person, just Inkfarer on Twitter, who is our producer. Get them to 100 followers, please, because they have been a warrior and have been doing work tirelessly this entire night. They've been on the production desk just as much as anyone. So, yeah, thank you all for joining us. My Twitter's down there, and we appreciate you all sharing your lives with us. Remember, keep fighting the good fight. And until we meet again, happy splatting. Good night, everyone.